gentlemen. We appreciate the large public turnout and, of course, appreciate the participation by the 12 candidates. Before we start, Mayor Mike Amyx is present and would like to say a couple of words of welcome. Mike?
Well, just very quickly, I want to thank all the public for being here this evening. I want a special thank you to the committee members that are here. I do want to thank the candidates. Thanks for coming this evening. You know, usually I try to tell people, and I was telling a friend in the back, usually this room is kind of like a meat locker. You know, on a Tuesday night, it's so cold, I mean, you can almost see your breath. Not tonight. It's a fun place to be. You know, tonight we have the great opportunity of a forum tonight that's sponsored by the Voter Education Coalition, where we're going to hear an exchange of ideas by a number of people who wish to be the next Lawrence City Commissioner. You know, it's quite a process that we've set up, but it's one that gets a lot of participation by both folks who represent the public and the public itself. And so we look forward to a great exchange this evening as we get closer to October 6th, when that is the day that we've kind of picked that we're going to select the next commissioner. So these folks have put in a lot of time, a lot of work, and I know they're probably a little bit nervous tonight because I've said it that dais during these times, and you know, there can be a little bit of pressure on you. So again, I want to thank everyone that's here this evening. Again, thank the members of the committee, and especially the candidates tonight and the public for wanting to be a part of this process. This is so important. Selecting an elected official is extremely important, and there's a lot of process that's here. There's one that really wasn't outlined by law, but I think our process is pretty good. So hopefully, you know, we'll continue to move ahead so that October 6th is the day. Joe, thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak tonight.
You bet.
Don't give me a microphone. Matthew Herbert is here this evening, and I know our other two commissioners are probably watching, and I'm going to watch too and be in and out. But it's a great opportunity, and I know that there's a lot of participation tonight. We want to thank television station, WOW, and everybody, and all the streaming stuff that goes on, and everybody can get involved tonight. So, anyway, thanks again.
Thank you. One detail, as usual, please, if you haven't thought of it, turn off your cell phones so that we're not interrupted by some of those creative ringtones. Before we begin the proceedings, I'm going to go around the room and ask each member of the committee if they have any ex parte communications they would like to report. Who?
I received a Facebook friend request from Mr. Stevens. I sent a message to client.
I serve on the Downtown Grocery Committee. We had a meeting this morning at which David Crawford was present, but we did not discuss this issue.
I've had none contact.
None.
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 None. None.
Okay, and I've had none. Toni Wheeler has a presentation prepared to kind of set the stage for tonight's activities. Toni, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Good.
Good evening. Thank you very much. I was asked to provide an overview of the process that was selected to fill this vacancy, to briefly summarize the agenda that we'll follow for tonight's forum, and then explain the voting process, the ballots, and the tabulation. At a special meeting of the City Commission convened on August 14th of this year, the City Commission formally accepted the resignation of then-Mayor Jeremy Farmer. Mayor Farmer's resignation left the Commission with just 4 seated members and 1 vacant seat. The City Code requires that the City Commission consist of 5 members. In the event of a vacancy, like we have now, the remaining commissioners are required to elect, by a majority vote, a person to fill the vacancy. While the code requires that the commissioners fill that vacancy, it is silent as to how the commission shall go about selecting the person to fill the vacancy. Accordingly, at its regular regularly scheduled meeting on August 18th, the City Commission discussed the procedure by which it would select a person to fill the vacant seat. At that meeting, the Commissioners decided to accept applications for the vacant seat and to convene a special committee to review those applications and to forward to the City Commission a list of candidates to fill the vacant seat. At its meeting on August 25th, the City Commission adopted Resolution Number 7138, whereby it created this 12-person committee to be known as the Advisory Committee on the City Commission Vacancy. In Resolution Number 7138, this committee was charged with meeting on September 17th to review the applications and to narrow the field to no more than 12 semifinalists. The committee completed that task last week. The committee was next charged with conducting a public forum on tonight to narrow the field of candidates to no more than 6 finalists, whom it would recommend to the City Commission as finalists to fill the position. For tonight's public forum, the 12 semifinalists have been randomly separated into 2 panels of 6 candidates each. Each panel shall have 90 minutes to respond to questions posed first by the Voter Education Coalition, the Advisory Committee, and as time allows, the general public. At the conclusion of the public forum, the committee shall discuss the applicants and then shall vote by written ballot for no more than 6 finalists. Each committee is required to rank his or her choices from 1st through 6th. Each candidate receiving a first-place vote will be accorded 12 points. Each second-place vote shall be accorded 8 points. The third-place vote will receive 6 points. The fourth-place vote will receive 4 points. The fifth-place vote will be accorded 2 points. And each sixth-place vote shall be accorded 1 point. After all of the votes are tabulated, the chair will sign a recommendation with the list of not more than 6 candidates and shall forward that list to the City Commission for its consideration. At this time, the City Commission will receive that list at its next meeting, September 29th. At the 29th meeting, the Commission will then decide who it wishes to invite back to a special meeting of the City Commission scheduled for August 1st, where the City Commissioners will have an opportunity to question the finalists. Following that deliberation or that questioning and some discussion on October 1st, 1 or 2 members will be invited back to a meeting on October 6th, where the City Commission will cast votes to fill the vacancy. For tonight's agenda, the moderator will step up here in just a few minutes and will explain the rules to the panelists. The first panelist, we will have the questions, and then there will be an exchange, and the second panel will be brought on. So I believe I've covered the requirements of what was required of me on the agenda.
Right. The Voter Education Coalition has been requested, and they have offered to provide the services of moderator tonight. They're represented by 2 people who will assume responsibility for leadership of this group in a moment. They are Mr. Patrick Wilbur and Mr. Scott Creaky. If Scott and Patrick can come up to the... Can they hear me? It's all yours, Jim.
Oh, I didn't know we were going to speak. No, surprise! Yes. We will not be moderating. That will be Channel 6, but we do appreciate having the opportunity to help assist in this process as the whole Voter Education Coalition. So.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
It's okay. Are we ready to go?
We are, as soon as we find out who you are. Would you like to?
Yeah. Hello, good evening, everybody. I'm Tabitha Mills. I'm the news director and anchor at WOW 6. And we'll go ahead and go into this. Welcome to the Voter Education Coalition and WOW 6 Candidate Forum for the vacant seat on the City of Lawrence Commission. The Voter Education Coalition, to tell you a little bit about them, is a nonpartisan organization that sponsors candidate forums, meet and greets, and other events to educate citizens about candidates and their policies. You can learn more about the VEC events by visiting their Facebook page at facebook.com/VEC lawrence.org/VECDGKS. This forum is being televised live on WOW Channel 25 and is streaming live at the lawrenceks.org/stream website. It will also be available on WOW On Demand Channel 1 starting Friday evening, September 25th through October 6th. We would like to thank the City of Lawrence and their staff for the use of their City Commission meeting room and facilities and all of their help in making this event possible. The rules for this forum are simple. There are 12 candidates vying for the vacant seat. They are split into 2 groups of 6. The first group of 6 will answer questions submitted by the VEC partners and audience members for 75 minutes, followed by 15 minutes of questions from an advisory committee that you see before you right now. The format will be the same for the second group. Each question will have a designated response time. At the end of this period, you'll hear a bell and we'll move on to the next candidate or question. We will rotate the order of responses between each candidate. There will be no rebuttals and no questions from the candidates. We also ask that the committee members and the candidates speak into the microphone so that everyone behind the glass can hear you. And with that, unless there's anything else, we'll go ahead and start the questions. Okay, Tony's going to take over for a second.
For the second panel of candidates, if you could please go through that door and wait until you're called.
Good move. Okay. With that, we'll go ahead and start. The first group consists of Caleb Stevens, David Schauner, Carl Watson, Dr. Mike Anderson, Lisa Larson, and Jeff Southard. Said that correctly? All right. The first question is going to go to Caleb. And actually, it's not a question. It's your opening statement. You have 90 seconds.
My name is Caleb Stevens, and my preferred pronouns are he, his, and him. I'm from Lawrence and have lived here my entire life, except when I attended Bethel College in North Newton, Kansas, and immediately moved back afterwards. It takes times like that to remember how special Lawrence truly is. And with that understanding, I am here to empower, connection, voices, truth, safety, and hope. Lawrence is unique not because we have a Chick-fil-A, but because we have a culmination of thousands of realities, stories, and voices. My work is in empowerment and identity, and I serve the heartbeat of this community. Hear these truths from the people I stand with. Today on campus, Hazem was called a terrorist. This is not safety. Today, Lauren was misgendered. This is not safety. Today in school, Tarson was a victim of hate speech, which went unaddressed. Tarson continues to feel uncomfortable as the only black student in the class. This is not safety. Before this forum, Tiffany wondered why there weren't arrangements that made it easier to get situated somewhere that wasn't clear in the back by the door because of mobility status. This is not safety. Today, Hank lost housing because Hank had to choose whether to make a payment for his rent or to get a taxi or ride the bus to attend medication management so that he could get his prescription refilled. This is not safety. Today, Tim walked from Pines Garden Center in North Lawrence to Dillon's on Massachusetts Street in order to buy groceries. This is not safety. Today, Mary reported a sexual assault and was dismissed and silenced, perpetrating rape culture in Lawrence, Kansas. Today, Kennedy was referred to as Harriet Tubman. This is not safety.
Good evening. Actually, Caleb, I'm very impressed with that. And I couldn't agree more that Lawrence is all of those things. The City Commission, however, I think requires city commissioners who are compassionate, responsible, and have experience in making decisions that affect the lives of all the citizens in Lawrence. I've practiced law for the last 37 years. I've dealt with a lot of complex issues. I've dealt with people who've been fired, people who've been treated poorly, people who are considered not worthy of continued employment. And frankly, I think that's one of the issues that the City Commission is asked to face. Importantly, however, the City Commission is also required to deal with a lot of sort of mundane issues, land planning, issues which are, frankly, can be quite boring. But one of the things that's important for a community to be successful, to have a place where the issues that Caleb addresses can be addressed, is that you have a vibrant, stable community that accepts people as they are, a city government that helps people as they can, and people who, a commission that values the interests of all of the community. I want to serve again. I served for 4 years from 2003 until 2007.
Carl Watson.
My name's Carl Watson. I'm proud to be here with a good group, it sounds like. My background is unique. I come from a very small town in western Kansas. I've lived here in Lawrence for 25 years and run a small business here in town for 15 years. As everyone up here loves this town, I do too. I think what's unique with my background is between small business experience and then 10 years with a large Fortune 500 company in corporate planning and budgeting, that I've got a set of skills that make me very qualified for the current situations that we are facing. We, as a community, have an incredible amount of diversity. And that diversity is what excites me. And you've already heard from two very different people. I think I represent a third very different person. I married a first-generation Filipino. She went on to start an engineering business. When she and I met in college, she was one of the few women in engineering. I've watched her struggle. I know what discrimination is. I've been there, and I've supported her. I have two girls that are in college. I'm excited to see them face less barriers, but those barriers are still there. I think Lawrence represents a wonderful opportunity, especially here in the state of Kansas, to take that set of values and go forward in a very positive way. Thank you.
Dr. Mike Anderson.
My name is Mike Anderson, and I have the talent, intelligence, and dedication needed to succeed in this position. Excluding Dr. Reardon, I am the only candidate you'll see tonight who sold out Liberty Hall and then some with the amount of votes received in the last election. So clearly there is some support here for my candidacy. I also ask you to look at where those votes came from. They did not come from one area. They came from multiple areas. Every precinct where I door knocked in, I finished in the top half of voting. So clearly my message resonated with people who I was able to talk with. I understand you look at me and you might have a red flag because you see my youth, maybe you see some inexperience. But I ask you to look at the call for this position. It said it's looking for someone who understands Lawrence, knows Lawrence, and is willing to devote their time. I've said since January, I'll say it again, I believe this position requires 35 to 40 hours a week working at it, and I'm willing to dedicate that. I have a job right now which will allow me to do that. It's about talking to the people, talking to other cities, and thoroughly researching all these issues. And when it comes back to it, I honestly believe that while I may not have the experience, definitely have the intelligence and the hard work ethic needed to succeed at this position. Because you're wanting someone who's not just know the issues now, will know the issue in 2 years, research them adequately, and make the best decision for all of Lawrence, certainly.
Lisa Larson.
Yeah, my name is Lisa Larson, and I'm an environmental geologist for Larson and Associates here in Lawrence. I have a long history of working in the regulatory field, as well as starting and running my own business. I built it from one person up to a continuous staff of 13 to 15 over the last 22 years. In 2014, I sold my business in May of 2014, but I continue to work with the new owners as they also build their own success story. I've lived in Lawrence for a total of about 18 years. I moved my business to Lawrence in about 2000, so I've had the business here for the last 14, 15 years. And what I love about Lawrence is the diversity of it. I think we need to embrace that diversity and build upon that diversity. And with my business, I'm in the environmental drilling business, and so being a woman in that business is definitely, I believe, puts me out there as somebody that has a diverse background, definitely. I worked in that field all 30 years of my career, and I believe that I can add to the City Commission because I have a strong technical background, and working on both sides of the regulatory field, it would allow me to see both sides of that picture. Lawrence has given me a great place to run my business, and the diversity and the forward thinking of this city has made it very easy for me to live here.
My name is Jeff Southard. I came to Lawrence as a student in 1971 and have been living here full-time since 1976. I've also been practicing law for 37 years, and that was enough, so I've retired. This is my second time to apply for this commission. Back in 1981 or 82, there was another procedure, not nearly as elaborate as this one. I did make the finals then. That was the seat that I eventually went to, I think, Howard Hill. I've submitted my name this time because I'm concerned about the direction that Lawrence is taking. Over the last several years, virtually every important measure has stagnated. Population, property tax valuation, enrollment in the schools. About the only thing that's gone up is the city's indebtedness. Without economic growth, Lawrence runs the risk of being a bedroom community for Johnson County. I'm also concerned about the lack of affordable housing. It won't do us any good to have new jobs created if the people who have those jobs can't live here and have to come from Eudora or Ottawa or Tonganoxie. Lawrence is limited on how it can grow because of natural considerations like the floodplains and the reservoir. And I think it's very important that the decisions made over the next few years leading up to the new plan will determine the future of growth for many years to come. I have no contacts with any developers. I would be totally impartial in making those decisions. Now, if I was appointed to the commission, I would be able to spend whatever time is needed, 20 hours, 30 hours, whatever. I also don't see the need to receive any compensation, so I would be willing to serve in this position without any kind of salary. So, thank you.
All right. We'll go on to the first question, and this is going to go to David Schauner. The question is, what is your plan for making traffic and pedestrian workflow more efficient in Lawrence? Or how would you prioritize applying the Complete Streets initiative in comparison to other city projects? You have 60 seconds.
Lawrence has, for the past 25 years, made a number of strategic errors in its transportation planning. We have very few crosstown streets. We have a great difficulty in accommodating multiple modes of transportation. For some reason, city planners have believed that a stripe on the street is the same as a safe place for a person to ride a bicycle. I don't believe that's true, and unfortunately, past city commissions have made decisions which are making, for example, the expansion of South Iowa difficult. It's so expensive because they've given away the right-of-way at the Home Depot location. In my mind, transportation is always going to be a problem in Lawrence. It costs $1 million a mile to replace existing streets. $1 million a mile is money that we'll have a very difficult time coming up with. A complete transportation matrix involving pedestrians, buses, cars, and bicycles is imperative as we move forward.
Transportation is a vital part of what the city needs to provide as a basic service. I've really enjoyed the bus system. I think that's a great thing. I don't think people use it enough. I drive a car every day. My kids ride their bikes on the streets. I ride my bike on the streets. I'd agree that I don't always feel safe on my bike. We need better routes of transportation to get across town and in town. Right now, my thought would be we've just opened the South Lawrence Traffic Way, and that should change the dynamics of the riskiest place, which is 23rd Street, and especially the side streets. Cheers.
Oh, thank you. Transportation is certainly a paramount issue. I want to focus this question and talk about something very important. Was definitely to my candidacy was the transportation, the congestion downtown. I think is very worrisome and certainly should be addressed. I'm very much a big believer in the tenets of new urbanism. I think we have strong issues should be looked at in terms of walkability, bike lanes. I think programs should be in place so people in the service industry downtown aren't parking downtown, but instead parking near, encouraging also people to walk and bike more downtown Lawrence. You look at old photos of Lawrence and you see people walking and biking everywhere. And the congestion now, especially downtown, we've got more apartment complexes. Where are all these people going to park? It's only going to get worse from here on out. Certainly love what they're doing with the South Lawrence Traffic Way as well, but I think the majority of the folks when we talk about transportation issues should be decongesting what is happening downtown with the traffic and the parking situation.
the transportation situation in Lawrence does have its issues, problems, but also I see plans that are coming out now that are starting to address that from the city level, as well as committees that are putting together various development throughout neighborhoods, which I think is really important. I too worry about the bike lanes where they have painted the signs that we're sharing the road with cars. It has a tendency to give some sort of false sense of safety, and it's not there. So, you know, as a commissioner, if I were chosen for the position, I would definitely encourage that as plans are put together on the development side, that they include any sort of intermodal type of transportation, even biking, walking, the bus systems. The bus systems in Lawrence, I do like the bus system in Lawrence, and I see that it seems to me like it's being used more and more every year. And I would encourage that we continue with that, and that we find even better ways to
Finish thought, Noah.
sorry about that.
A couple thoughts. Traffic is largely determined in many cases by zoning. 23rd Street, for example. I don't think 23rd Street is going to get any better when the traffic way opens, because 23rd Street from Louisiana to Iowa is basically one large strip mall, and that's not going to change. And that was because of decisions made back in the 60s. Anybody who drives on 9th Street at all in the evening, say around 5 o'clock, has seen what that fix did. Instead of having some problems coming down the hill, you now have traffic backed up in both directions for several blocks. I would not be in favor of any more roundabouts, at least for the time being. In their proper place, they have usefulness. But sticking them into pre-existing intersections where there isn't enough room actually probably makes things less safe, certainly for emergency vehicles, I imagine, going around. So I would not be in favor of that. And finally, downtown, we do need more garages downtown. That's, again, because of a zoning decision, because all of these high-rises that go in don't need to put in more parking.
What I always think about is who is displaced by the things that we do around here. I think about the amazing danger of the double-lane roundabouts, especially on, Wakarusa. I think about how many people I've worked with that have gotten struck and hurt very badly and things like that. And so when I think about the bike lanes, I agree. I think it's extremely dangerous that we don't actually know the rules really about where they ride and where we're supposed to drive. And so in protecting our citizens, I think that would be the most important thing. Also, an idea like Topeka did, yes, taking something from Topeka, the bike program, so that we could park bikes downtown, we could rent them out, things like they have that in Kansas City also. I always think about how can we best protect the citizens that we love and that we serve around here. Thank you.
Next question will go to Carl Watson. It will be 60 seconds. And it says, speak to the state of affordable housing in Lawrence.
That's a great question. Thank you, Tabitha. We have a professional engineering practice. On a regular basis, we recruit people from outside of this area to come into Lawrence. Our business offers high-paying, high-benefits jobs. We've, on occasion, been unsuccessful in getting those professionals to buy local homes. And usually what happens is they recognize the home prices in either in Johnson County or in Eudora are less expensive than Lawrence, and they'll move to those locations. Now, that doesn't in itself represent a problem until later they decide to work in Kansas City, and then we lose that resource that we've invested in as a business in the city of Lawrence. And again, we're disappointed to lose that professional that's willing to work here with benefits and a high compensation level.
Affordable housing has certainly been something that's been on the forefront ever since January, I feel, and it's going to continue to be so because people are looking for a different option. I think what I look at in terms of, I look at the tax abatements giving out to so many apartment complexes here in Lawrence, and that's a problem for me. And if we're going to continue to give out all these tax abatements for these apartment complexes, then I would encourage those apartment complexes to set aside 15% of the units for lower income families so they can have a place to go to as well. It's basically one of those things where we are going to be losing people. And when you talk to someone like Will Katz, the Small Business Development Center, or anybody else, people are leaving in the middle of the night, so to speak, and obviously that creates a snowball effect, and certainly something that must be done right away.
Yeah, I look at this as a social justice issue, and that is that we should do no more harm. And because what I have seen of the last recent years is that we are looking to develop neighborhoods, to enhance neighborhoods in areas where the affordable housing is a place for people to live that do not make enough money to either buy their home or to live on different parts of the town. My concern on this is that if we want to bring manufacturing to Lawrence, and those jobs aren't going to pay barely the living wage, we've got to have housing for those folks to live here. And if we start redeveloping neighborhoods and start pushing those type of housing based on increase in taxes, and the housing rates go up and the tax rates go up, and then those folks who make that lower dollar amount aren't going to have a place to live. And we have got to, as a commission, as a city, to ensure that they have areas that they can afford to live in.
About 10 years ago, there were over 300 permits issued for new single-family houses in Lawrence. In the last couple of years, it's been just over 100. And that's a trend that is going on, and it's not going to change unless there are some steps made to do two things. Basically, we've got to look to what area do we want to expand for new growth. I personally think the future of Lawrence lies to the south and not to the west. We also have to work on finding ways to do infill development. Now, the tax abatements were mentioned under the Neighborhood Revitalization Act. Most of those have gone to East Lawrence. Most of those were for lower income housing that wasn't being provided otherwise. So I'm in favor of that, clearly not giveaways for massive apartment complexes like the one up by the stadium. But we've got to have a long-term plan on this, and we're not going to solve it overnight. There's no magic wand on it. But it's, as I said in my opening statement, it is my chief concern. It would be my top priority were I to be appointed.
I think it's incredibly important to talk about the displacement of people of color, the gentrification in Lawrence, and the segregation that is apparent all throughout our city. I think the inability to access affordable housing and the unbelievably long waiting list has really, really impacted the people of color, people that look like me here in this city. And I think that's a real issue, and it's a social justice issue, like it was talked about earlier. I think that one of the things that we have to do is realize that people that are established, people that are given chances, have the ability to feed back into the economy. And if people are constantly living in a state of panic and chaos, we are not able to serve them because they are just in trauma. It is traumatizing to not be safe. Thank you.
In 60 seconds, I can barely list the number of causation factors that cause housing to be expensive in Lawrence. One is it's a popular place to live. Two, there's a limited amount of land supply. Three, there are very few people who own a lot of land and control the price of that land. Four, wages in this town are stagnant. When I was on the City Commission in 2003 and 4, we passed the first living wage ordinance in the history of the city. We have too many people who are working here who cannot afford to live here. And the issue about, we'll be talking about affordable housing here for as long as Lawrence is a popular place to live. If I'm an engineer, I can afford X for housing. If I'm working at a manual job making $8 or $9 an hour, my choices are significantly more limited. We need to find a way to bring better paying jobs to Lawrence in order for people to be able to afford to live in Lawrence. You can't have one without the other. Affordability doesn't exist for those who don't have a good job.
This question will go to Dr. Mike Anderson. You'll have 60 seconds. Where do you think growth in Lawrence should be directed in the future? Address retail developments such as the South Point project.
I think economic growth and development was a huge part of my campaign, most definitely, and bringing in retail. But I think the biggest thing I want to talk about when I talk about growth is I want to see more entrepreneurship happening in Lawrence. I want to see, there's too often when you have someone, they've got $175,000 and they need $200,000 to start their business. Why not have some revolving loan funds, philanthropic funds, scholarships available for those individuals. The undergrads and graduates who are graduating from KU right now, I'm worried they're taking their retail, their businesses elsewhere because it's cheaper. They're starting their businesses elsewhere, and they're creating all those jobs that could be functioning in this very own climate. And that's the thing that is, again, going back to that snowball, is troublesome. I feel that neighboring cities are utilizing this in a much better way than we are. I think we're missing out on our opportunities such as these. Let me look at what Manhattan's doing, even too, with their new conference center. I think that's building up and encouraging entrepreneurship and keeping those graduates here in Lawrence should be a major focus of our economic growth and development in the retail area as well.
Yeah, as far as growth in Lawrence goes, we are limited by a few factors, physical factors. One is we've got, to the south, we've got some natural barriers. To the north, we've got some natural barriers. And to the west, actually, we have school district barriers, potentially. So the growth in Lawrence, you can look at growing out, but I would also strongly encourage that we look at growing within. And that is to protect the core of our city and look at infill, look at providing opportunities for entrepreneurs to thrive, for small businesses to grow what's already here that they have, and then also look at small manufacturing that we can put. Venture Park is one thing. We've got a huge park out there that needs to be filled up. And so those are areas where maybe small manufacturing can go. But we have got to protect the downtown area, the core city, and make sure we're providing the freedom for entrepreneurs to grow their small businesses, and for small businesses themselves to maybe grow into medium-sized businesses.
Well, everybody talks about jobs. The trick is, of course, every other city is trying to get them as well. Most new jobs are created by existing businesses, not by ones that come in from out of town. I would be in favor of growth if it's consistent with the zoning and the planning that's already been put in place. The City Commission is not the body that should micromanage growth just because we think there are too many big box stores in one part of town. If it's consistent with zoning and planning, then that's for the marketplace to decide. The judicious use of tax abatements can also be helpful in bringing businesses in. These are not the kind of things that I'm talking about, say, on the Mississippi Street apartment project, rather the ones out in the East Lawrence area where they create jobs and they're easy to measure that and if it was a living wage job and if it was not competing with somebody else in town already, that's not fair to do that. So I would draw those two caveats as far as that goes. But those are some things that the City Commission could do. We can't do everything, of course.
I think it's important for us to talk about the infrastructure of Lawrence before we talk about growing outwards. We're having trouble serving children and families food. We're having trouble keeping people in housing. We're having trouble providing people with benefits that will help them feed their family, that create a living legacy for them to move forward. I think that Lawrence has the talent to provide so many amazing businesses that aren't ethnic or minority restaurants. I think there's so many more opportunities to grow because people that are oppressed, marginalized, and not spoken about have talents that they just need a little bit of help discovering and empowering. Thank you.
I think growth is more about what than where. We should create jobs that add value, jobs that pay a wage that enables people to live in Lawrence. Relying on an expanding retail base is not sound long-term policy. People without substantial resources will not be buying enough product to support an expanding retail base. We can talk about big box stores, but more importantly, we need to talk about what kind of jobs we want to recruit in Lawrence that will enable us to have a proper growth base, tax base, with which the city can provide all of the things it feels are necessary: infrastructure, compassionate issues, homelessness issues, affordable housing issues. All of those come from and directly are the result of value-added jobs, not jobs that pay $8, $9, and $10 an hour that do not give you the ability to live in Lawrence.
I come from a small town. We didn't have a theater. We had one gas station. We lost our grocery store. I look at Lawrence and all I see is opportunity. It's unbelievable to me. the investments that we've made in the last 10 years are unimaginable to someone from a small town and the friends that I still have in that small town. As a professional, as an engineer that runs a small business, I would love to see Lawrence attract professional jobs that pay benefits, because I think those are the jobs that are going to create economic development. I think bringing new people to town, our projects with our company bring money from out of town. We don't generate money from in town by having more retail, by having people work retail that pay back into retail. We need money from out of town to come into Lawrence with professional jobs. I'm so excited for our future. We've got the library, we've got the sports pavilion, I'm cut off.
Lisa Larson, this question will be for you. It is 60 seconds. What qualities will you look for in our new city manager?
Trust would be the first one, first quality I would look for. But then also comes along with that is the need to ensure that they have a background when they, as former city managers or whatever, to provide information that's accurate, that's detailed to the city commission. And I think that's one thing that may in the past needed to be improved on. So if during the interview process, when I'm interviewing a city manager, a potential city manager, I would definitely look at the trust, whether or not they can gather the information, it's a full amount of information, and that they're transparent in their process.
Lawrence has only had 3 city managers in the last 45 years. Under our system, where we have 5 basically part-time amateur commissioners, the city manager becomes the de facto mayor, decision maker in a project of any length that takes more than a year. We need to have somebody who has experience in towns like Lawrence. I don't mean college towns. I mean towns that have limited growth potential because of natural barriers, something from, say, the West Coast or the East Coast. We also would be helpful to get somebody who's been in a position where he successfully helped the city reinvent itself. KU is basically stagnant as far as its enrollment goes, has been for the last 20 years. We can't rely on KU to be the economic engine to drive Lawrence anymore. And I feel very strongly about this, and we have to make the right decision. And if we got down to the point where we had finalists and I wasn't comfortable with any of them, I would not have any hesitation saying we need to start over. We can't make the wrong decision.
I believe it's important to have somebody that builds and creates, that has integrity, is able to communicate with the city commission and the county commission and work collaboratively. I believe that it's important for people to be able to speak to realities outside of their own, such as the LGBTQIA community in reality, that is often overlooked, the community of first-generation immigrants, the community of service professionals, helping professionals such as social workers, because they really serve the basis of this community. And that's what I believe. That's the integrity that I look for. Thank you.
I was fortunate enough to be on the city commission when we hired the last city manager, and I've hired a number of people over the years. It's a challenging task, and I looked when we hired David Corliss. I wanted somebody who could be objective, somebody who could be blunt, somebody who could be honest, somebody who had a technical ability to understand how to build city budgets, how to manage city employees. Not somebody who was a technician, but somebody who understood the technical aspects and the legal aspects of managing a city the size of Lawrence. I think the greatest weakness in any leader of any corporate operation, and Lawrence is, in fact, let's be honest, a corporate operation, spending hundreds of millions of dollars every year of your tax money. You need somebody who is not going to be beholden to any particular group of the community. Their goal is to serve the entire community. They can't be afraid to be honest, blunt, frank, and upfront with all of the advice they give to the City Commission, who are, as Jeff indicated, are all lay people serving without necessarily any particular expertise.
Clearly, the next city manager is a critical role for our community. We need leadership. We need somebody that can collaborate, someone that understands diversity, and that can understand the technical aspects of a changing world. What I would look for is someone that has that element of charisma and an ability to listen to what I would call the small voices here in Lawrence. I think usually we have a group of pretty strong voices that are heard, and over my 25 years here, one of the things that I haven't felt always happens is that some of the smaller voices that aren't as loud aren't well represented, and but should be considered important. And I differentiate with, I've worked in a big company. I've worked in the corporate environment. Lawrence is not a corporation. Lawrence is a community. I love this town. The people I know love this town. And we need a city manager that can have that sense of community and share it with us.
I expected this question, so I wrote them all down here before I came here, so I apologize for reading. The biggest thing I have down here is honorable character. I think now more than ever we certainly need someone with charisma, but strong character, admits mistakes, has a vision, is willing to sell it. Definitely strong communication skills. Now, maybe I'm biased because I have a PhD in communication, but I think communication skills go a long way. Another thing I'd love to see in the city manager, strong business skills of budgeting and hiring. Leadership to organize big projects. They're very effective in managing the why. They communicate well with the public. They've got great time management. They have a strong understanding of finance. They give people the tools they need to lead. And finally, I think this is definitely a big one, the ability to separate the important from the urgent. You certainly have to talk to and communicate with many people. A lot of times that is discussing the important and the urgent.
Moving on to the next question, you'll also have 60 seconds. This will go to Jeff Southard. And the question is, how would you address current and future needs of the Lawrence Police Department?
That's a hot one. My concept is somewhat different than was discussed in the election campaign. We need a new police facility. There's no question about that. But we also have an opportunity with the county. They're talking about expanding the jail. If they were to move the sheriff's office out to where the jail is, it would be best for them. It would put them on the edge of town, next to the traffic way, so they could get out to where they need to go. It would free up space in the existing building for the police department. That's not going to be a long-term solution, but it's going to be at least a short-term. We also then can look at building a satellite police station on the west side of town. Lawrence is too big, obviously, to have just one fire station. There's no reason we should have just one police station. And this would reduce response times and make the entire force more effective by having a satellite office out there. And that way we'd have plenty of room downtown, and we wouldn't be having to spend $31 million or whatever it was for a total new facility.
I have an amazing amount of respect for the Lawrence Police Department. Some of the best officers I've ever met are from the Lawrence Police Department, but I believe there are other things that are much more important that will serve the community as a whole instead of the community that lives in fear of being attacked or things like that. I think there are services that will make people feel safe and will make people feel like they live in a community. I don't think that moving the police department or the police station out by the community shelter and by the jail is a good idea. But what I do think is that there is a necessity for there to be a central communications building for the police department. And for people to be scattered never helps. And so I'd be willing to work with the City Commission to figure out what the best option would be. But I think there are other things that are more pressing for the lives of the people in this community.
Policing isn't a building. Policing is the people who are policemen whose job is not in a building somewhere, but in the community where they are performing valuable and important services. We have a West Satellite right now. At 15th and Wakarusa, there's a police facility there, as well as our police facility at the courthouse. I don't believe I can would support, without a heck of a lot more information than I have right now, a $28 million police facility. I don't think it's so high on our list of priorities that it should take precedence over a lot of other more pressing issues. I do believe upgrading our facilities is important. I believe we have room at the 15th and Wakarusa location to increase the usable capacity there. It's got a west side component. The current courthouse facility has additional space that might be made available. I wouldn't discount Jeff's suggestion. It might have some value.
The world is changing very rapidly. Professional jobs and administrative jobs are changing very rapidly. I've been involved with designing and building hundreds of buildings for different functions, and it always starts with the same process. It starts with, what do we need for the future? And when I look back over my individual knowledge, which I want to distinguish between the community's opinion, I don't believe we've established how the police department will function and the needs that it has in a way that architects and engineers can design buildings for success. Now, that's a very technical answer, but I think when you get ready to spend $28 million, you need technical research and people that are professionals that can understand police forces, how they're changing, their needs, and how that affects their facilities. Thank you.
This past February, I was able to tour all the different police facilities here in Lawrence, and I came away with the same conclusion that a lot of others did who toured it, and that something certainly needs to be done. And if you're a police officer and you're trying to recruit new individuals, it's a bit embarrassing. As a recruitment tool, it's difficult. It's like trying to recruit a hot basketball player, and you can't even show them the gym they're going to be performing in. Not exactly that easy. That being said, I definitely believe these 4 locations that they have can be somehow consolidated into 2 buildings. I don't like the one single $30 million building out near Hallmark. I didn't like $47,000 at Anchor. I didn't like that location. I didn't think it increased response time, and frankly, I don't think the first thing you should see when you get off the highway is a huge police facility. That being said, though, I do think this should be put on the docket as a high priority situation here, because after touring it, something needs to be done in order to help recruit the biggest and brightest police officers to Lawrence. And I think we can get that done. Maybe not, we don't have the land to do 1 location possibly, but I think we have the land to do 2. And we should include Craig Weinog in this decision as well.
You know, I believe the Lawrence Police Department situation is a top priority for the city right now. The idea that we have got police officers are scattered, the evidence rooms are scattered, their services are scattered, where they can work out of is just unacceptable. And they deserve it. They have done a lot of work on trying to figure out the best place to build a facility. And the one out at Hallmark, I was not real thrilled with. I thought that the cost was too high per acre, as well as I would like to see it potentially done without any sort of tax increase, if possible. Now, whether the location should be 1 in a central location or whether it should be divided up in 2 or 3, 3 or 4, I think that's something that's going to have to be determined as the public goes forward with the discussions. And I would look at myself the possibility of having at least 2 facilities potentially, and also look at refurbishing maybe some of the existing facilities.
On to the next question. That will go to Caleb Stevens. This is a question from the audience, and you'll have 60 seconds. The entire northeast quadrant of Lawrence is a federally designed food desert. The former Borders building is the only viable site to address this community health issue with a full-line affordable grocery store. How can the city of Lawrence make this happen?
I think there are a couple different ways to make that happen. Number one, in order to address a problem, we have to recognize it to be true. I think the reality for a lot of people is that they have to travel a very long ways, oftentimes with children, oftentimes either on their bikes, walking, or on the bus. And I think that's ridiculous. I think that we need to have people that can go across the street to get groceries. I don't think that we need to have people that need to go to Burger King to feed their family 7 days a week or things like that, because that's not healthy and that doesn't help the society. I think as far as creating a grocery store or something like that, I think that we just need to talk about it. I think we need to be real with what we actually need in this community so that we can move forward. Thank you.
There's been a lot of talk for quite a while about a grocery store at the Borders location. I don't know whether a grocery store there is economically viable. People who know the grocery business will have to make that decision. I don't know what role the city of Lawrence should play in making that investment decision. Clearly, there's a tremendous amount of competition in Lawrence in the grocery business. Much of it, obviously, is not in a location which serves the northeast quadrant of the city. To the extent that the city can provide assistance in fee abatements and other in-kind services to the folks who might want to put in a grocery store, I think those ought to be strongly considered. But the ultimate question of where grocery stores will be located will have to lie with the people who have that investment, and will have to make a decision about whether a grocery store, if installed at the border store, can be successful long term.
Grocery store for downtown is definitely important. My short answer would be it's hard for me to envision as a city commissioner exactly how I would help that process along. So clearly some form of tax abatements, I'm not an expert in that area. Some type of incentives, I'm not an expert in that area. I think the city should have a limited role. I think the downtown is very vibrant. I think for city government to try to predict and plan exactly how stores go in would be a little difficult from my perspective. Thank you.
I think city commissioners can definitely encourage. I do think a downtown grocery store would be a good idea. I didn't like the 11th and Mass location. I think parking was a problem. I do think still the parking is a problem in the Borders location. Again, the infrastructure downtown, I just said it's congestion. It's only going to get worse with the grocery store. So if there is a grocery store downtown, I hope we tackle those issues first, because again, it's only getting worse. I feel for anyone in North Lawrence who has to get groceries. Where are they supposed to go? If you don't have a car, you have to walk across the bridge, and then where do you go? Especially the people in the East Lawrence too, in North Lawrence. Something needs to be for them, definitely. I like the Borders location. I think Mr. Compton sounds like recent statements he's given. He's willing to have that location be. The size is fitting of a small Checkers. The location is fitting. Everything would seem to fit a small Checkers in there. And it seems like when I door knocked, a lot of people are interested in that issue. And when it comes to tax abatements, if it's the right price, which I feel was right for the city of Lawrence, then absolutely I would help.
I also don't think the city commission has more than just a supporting role for this problem in downtown Lawrence, North Lawrence, and over even in the Pinckney area. It's important that we support any opportunity that or any entrepreneur that wants to take that opportunity to build a store. However, if we're going to be working with individuals, there is a good quote in the paper this morning from Mr. Lewis about putting a grocery store in the downtown area, and I thought was real telling as to who I would want to work with if I were on the city commission. And he said that he nixed the 11th and Mass location because the neighbors were not pleased with it, and the parking was an issue. So this is an individual who's listening to the neighbors and also understanding what the downtown issues are. And he's willing to negotiate, to move, to find a place that fits his needs. And anybody who wants to open up a grocery store, they've got to take that risk. And so we should be there as a supporting role and not as a driver of that.
Well, as somebody who lives in Old West Lawrence, I'd be thrilled to have a grocery store 6 blocks from my house. That having been said, obviously it's private investors that have to ante up the money for it. This, in my mind, would be a perfect place for the city to be involved with Neighborhood Revitalization Act tax abatements. And the way those work is, let's say the property is now paying $5,000 in property tax. With the improvements, it would go up to, say, $50,000. And that difference, part of that can be abated back. I would not be in favor of giving more than 50%. The 85 and 95% giveaways just have to stop. But that's the one way the city can actually help this project get off the ground. What happens after that is, of course, up to the investors and the people who are running it. But it would not be competing with anything else. And if it was paying good wages, I'd be all for it.
Next question is also from the audience. You'll also have 60 seconds. It goes to David Schauner. The question is, Lawrence is a diverse community, but it has become clear that we have an equity problem with various groups and individuals lacking adequate representation in government. Please discuss the importance of this issue to you and how you, as a city commissioner, will work to ensure underrepresented groups have a voice.
Well, the first time I ran for office, well, actually before I ran, I said, why would anybody want to run for office? After I ran for office, I asked myself, why would anybody want to run for office? And I'm sitting up here now and I'm wondering, why does anybody want to run for office? The question that you've asked is, how does the city encourage folks to put themselves out on a limb and for public examination to participate in public dialogue, public decision-making, to represent their interests, irrespective of their race, their age, their sex, their sexual orientation? All of those things are important to be considered, but I don't know of a way to force people to want to participate. Removing barriers, making things open and available is something the city can do, but I don't know how you can force people to put themselves out for public examination. And I would close with, when you think about it, why does anyone want to put themselves out for public examination? It's a difficult task and a difficult thing to ask anyone to do.
I think I'd agree, excuse me, with several of those things. Where I'd probably disagree is I think as a society we're in a unique situation. Technology is changing the way that people can participate. And I like the fact that Lawrence has fought hard to make it easier for people to vote. I think it can get easier for people to vote. I don't know exactly what that looks like, but I'm confident Lawrence and Kansas can find a way to get there. I think there's a number of social issues where people can start to be present in a new way, where they may not have to be publicly displayed, but still have accountability. And the tools that we have available have changed rapidly in the last 5 years. And I just am excited to think about the opportunity for people to participate in a representative democracy in a way they've never been able to do it before. And what that'll look like in the next 5 years will be very exciting.
Diversity is important, certainly, because it's important to have people of just different ideologies and paradigms on any sort of committee or board. The first thing I'd like to do is start small. I'd love to encourage the president of different neighborhood associations to maybe encourage people of diversity to run in those boards, to be a member of them, to get more involved. All these neighborhood association meetings are open to the public. If someone comes, you ask them how they're feeling, how they're doing. If they want a cookie. There's always cookies. For example, Elna's having, at Hobbs location, they're having a wonderful party. That's a perfect example for the Elna board and the president to get out there, talk to individuals, see what their different ideologies, paradigms are, if they have a diverse viewpoint, to get more involved. Start small and then build up.
Yeah, diversity is the one thing that I really love about Lawrence. It makes it very unique. And my thought on that is that I see it from a government standpoint in that we can help serve the diversity in Lawrence, and by possibly looking at even a different form of government. And I would propose that we start looking at the idea of going to some sort of precinct system where each neighborhood could have its own representation. And that would allow that person who represents that neighborhood or that area of Lawrence to really get into the serious issues as what's occurring in that neighborhood. And diversity is one of those. Every part of Lawrence has a diversity, but if you have got one person that's concentrated on your neighborhood or your area, they would be able to provide more in-depth coverage of the needs. And so I would possibly start looking at that, the idea that we may need a different form of government in order to ensure every diverse person out there is heard.
Well, I look at the committee in front of me as Exhibit A. You folks are serving here because somebody asked you to. The city has many boards, commissions, task force, and a commissioner has a power to, by reaching out and asking people to serve on these boards, getting people involved at the grassroots level where they maybe never have before. And once they do that, maybe next time when this happens, one of you will be sitting up here. I'll be out there asking you questions. But anyhow, that's a good way to start. And otherwise, you can't force people to do it. I do like the idea about the precincts, though. Maybe you have 4 different districts and then a couple of at-large and a strong mayor. That's a start. A lot of cities this size do. But you have to start small, and that's one thing I could do.
This is like my story. I want to point out the fact that this is why I did this. It's because it's important to have a voice, to have a face that people can identify with. The disconnect here between the minorities and the local government is immense because nobody that's black is on this board. Nobody that's ever been black may have been on this board. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is the thing. When I put myself out here, and I grew up in the Facebook era, so y'all could find anything on Facebook. I'm willing to put myself out there because the people are worth it, not because I'm just trying to get power or anything like that. The reality is, when has the Black Lives Matter movement ever been spoken about in the local government? I'm guessing the answer is never. And so if we aren't up to date on the social justice issues and that affect this world and the people in this community, we are not serving this community. Thank you.
The next question is also from the audience, and it'll go to David Schauner. What skills and experience do you possess that would help restore the public's confidence in the financial acumen of the City Commission? You have 60 seconds.
I served on the City Commission for 4 years, 2003 to 2007, participated in building multiple budgets with the city, participated in building the, didn't actually build it, but participated in the planning for the building of the fire station at 19th and Stewart, participated in a great many study sessions about how city budgets are built. And my real job, my day-to-day job, is as an attorney managing a staff of 3 attorneys, several outside attorneys, a budget of about $500,000, representing teachers across the state in employment disputes. So I have a fairly broad background in both city budgeting and at-work budgeting. I think those are qualities, my experience as an analytical thinker, an independent person. I'm not affiliated with any particular group in town that is builders, developers, whatever. I believe I bring that to the table as a commissioner, and my record demonstrates that.
Could you repeat the question?
It was actually yours to begin with.
It was actually yours. I apologize for that.
Thank you for giving me a chance to go second.
You're welcome.
It will be 60 seconds. What skills and experience do you possess that would help restore the public's confidence in the financial acumen of the City Commission?
I think there's a couple elements. One, there's a long-term commitment to the community. I'm 52 years old. I've lived for 40 years at 2 different addresses. I've been at one address for 25 years. 3 of my 5 neighbors were there when I moved in 25 years ago. That stability, to me, is pretty unique with the people that I work with. The godfather of my son was born in the same room as I was born in, delivered by the same doctor. We started kindergarten together. We graduated high school together. We started college together. We graduated college together. He went home to farm. I love and respect him. This is a different place. Our budgets are tough. The dollars are big, and the differences are immense. I've spent my career in budget decisions where multi-million-dollar factors were involved with a variety of subject matter experts that could each offer a very different opinion. I come to you not as someone that's already formed his opinion, but as someone ready to listen. And that's what I've done my whole career.
What I'm looking to build is rapport. Or what is rapport but trust plus comfort? I think I can build that in the technical aspect and the character aspect. In one hand, I'm very familiar with numbers, and I can do multivariate analysis, multi-level modeling. I'm familiar with structural equational modeling, and I'm a heck of a researcher. In terms of the character issue, I think this is where I truly excel. I'm a good communicator. I have a PhD in it. I'm a very social individual. I'm a charismatic individual. I can rebuild some of that trust, not just from the financial avenues, but from other avenues as well. One of the greatest times I've ever had in this Lawrence was going door to door knocking, and I knocked on over 1,000 doors and talked to over 1,000 people. And I'm just encouraged now more than ever that I'm the right person for this job, and that there's so many great people in this town. And I will be out there everywhere. As many meetings as I can go to, as many voices I can hear, as many different people that I can listen to. And I think that's going small steps, building up to bigger steps in order to restore a lot of, again, that rapport, that trust and comfort that I want everyone to have in all 5 of their city commissioners.
My experience comes from a background in business. I ran my business for 22 years, And every single day of those 22 years, I had to make sure that the books were balanced, that we were able to make payroll, and that we were able to grow our business financially as we moved on along in our business. And so there's nothing more honest than that. And it was a financially successful business. I started it from scratch, and we were able to build a business that was successful. And granted, it's not on the numbers that the city has, because the budget's tough. You operate on many different fronts, and you're attacked by many different fronts on different items that you need to buy and or plan for in the capital improvement plans. So my background and my business experience, I think, is as honest as I can get. You've got to make those books honest every day, and you've got to make that payroll every day, and you've got to pay your bills every day. And I've done that for 22 years.
There's no question the city has a trust issue on this subject. According to the city budget for this year, in 2012, the total city indebtedness was $147 million. In 2 years, it increased by half again as much, to $223 million. There's no wonder that people aren't trusting of the city commission to do things like a new police station. The trust can only be won back slowly, and that's going to take somebody who's going to be willing to question every item. As an attorney, over the last 20 years, I probably have taken 1,000 depositions. So I know how to ask questions, and if I don't like the answer I get, I'll keep asking until I do. And that's all we can do. It's going to take a while to get it back, because we didn't get rid of it all of a sudden, but it's going to be something we got to demonstrate that we're worthy of the public's trust.
You're a therapist. I've never had any money, so there's that. So I'm extremely cautious when it comes to financial decisions and things like that. I focus on empowerment. I'm a therapist, so clinical rapport is extremely important. Also, having difficult and courageous conversations I'm not comfortable with, such as male privilege, rape culture, things like that. There are all kinds of things that are essential, and I've been in the foundational understanding of what that means, because I cultivate that in kids. And I figure if you can build it with kids who don't like you or trust you anyway, not because I was mean, but then I can build it with other people in the community. I think there are all kinds of things that are important, but character, honesty, and intentionality is one of the most important for this community. Thank you.
This question is going to go to Dr. Mike Anderson. It is the final audience question. You will have 60 seconds. The question is, of the decisions made by the City Commission in the last 2 years, which would be the one you would rescind or modify? If you would modify it, how would you try and improve it?
I think the biggest one is the execution of the Rock Chalk Park. Again, when I door knocked, I think a lot of people had issues, not necessarily with the park so much because they feel like AAU tournaments, I will be there, the Junior Olympics, but the execution that went into it. It seemed like so much smoke and mirrors with it, the no bid process that went involved with it, and cracks in concrete, and deals being made supposedly and not out in the open. You don't know if it's true or not, but the important part is people didn't think it was true, or did think the shadiness was true. And that goes to the transparency again that I think I can bring. Those type of issues will be crystal clear if I get to be city commissioner. So what I will do is I will say, okay, everyone, I researched it as best as I can. I've talked to other cities. Here's what I'd like to do. Here's how I plan to pay for it. What do you think? And it's that sort of clear communication and transparency that, again, that I'm looking to bring. So when I see something like that where the execution is the problem, that's one area I think I'd like to focus on.
This is pretty easy as far as the project, the Rock Chalk Park project. It seems to me that the citizens at that time were just screaming they wanted to vote on this. And I think that what I would have done is I would have pulled it and made sure that citizens were able to vote on this project because it deserved to be voted on.
Well, I'm not going to bash Rock Chalk. I could, but I'm not, because we might have gotten a good deal. We don't know. That's the problem. We don't know whether it was a good deal or not. Only time will tell. The one decision I think is clearly off base is the grant of the Neighborhood Revitalization Act tax abatements to that apartment complex on Mississippi Street. And it's a sore spot with me. It's only 3 blocks from my house, so I get to go by it every day. But there, the city gave away 85% of that tax increase to a developer from out of town who was putting in apartments. We have plenty of apartments in this town that don't get that kind of help, and there was no reason for them to have that. And that's something that unfortunately we can't take back. It's set in stone, I think, for 20 years. And every year that's going to cost the city money. And that would not happen if I was on the commission.
I don't know that I would. I don't think that I would not take away Rock Chalk Park because it serves an amazing amount of individuals that wouldn't otherwise have access to things that make them feel human, such as sports, just facilities where they can go and have fun, places like that. It would have to be one of the initiatives that clogged up traffic for like 2.5 years, something like that. But the reality is, I don't think it's Rock Chalk Park. I don't think it's putting in apartments. I think it's what the city is lacking, things that we pass over. I don't know that I would rescind anything because I'm not familiar as far as that goes. But what I would do is really have a conversation, and that's one of the things that I can bring, a conversation that is not here if I'm not up on this stage. Thank you.
I think the biggest failure from decision-making perspective the last couple of years is the failure of the commission to develop a team. I think there was a failure to create a team atmosphere on the commission. I think there were a lot of mixed messages sent from this dais to the community. Rock Chalk was among them. The grant on the Mississippi issue was one. It's not 5 individuals up here. It's 5 people trying to make a decision that's the best thing for the community, and the failure to develop a team concept that permits people to disagree. Not everybody has to vote the same way. But the fact of the matter is that unless and until this body develops a list of priorities about what its team's going to accomplish during its term in the next 15 or 20 or 30 years, we'll look back and the story of the community will be one where they failed to follow the rules they established. They failed to have a list of priorities that they followed. That, I think, was the biggest failing of the last couple of years.
I guess my perspective is the most valuable experiences of my life have come from mistakes. My mistakes are interesting. The mistakes I make with other groups and bigger groups on millions of dollars are even more interesting. Lawrence has no shortage of those. I've got no shortage of them. I'm sure most of you don't have any shortages of them. What I would suggest is we develop an atmosphere that allows people to make mistakes and encourages innovation. We've already invested an incredible amount of money in this community. We now need some dynamic players that can come to the party that understand how to bring business to town, how to bring employees to town, how to keep the people that we have, how to serve the retirement community, and how to support the infrastructure without huge additional capital outlays that are going to drive taxes. We're ready to collect on all of these investments. My background is perfect for it. I'm excited to be part of Lawrence. I'll repeat, I'm excited to be part of Lawrence.
Final question from me before we turn it over to the committee. This goes to Lisa Larson. 60 seconds. What is your top priority that has not been mentioned so far?
I would think that, and this was in part of my application, we haven't discussed the 9th Street corridor yet, Cultural Arts District. And so I think that's definitely coming down the pike. I think that the plan has been drawn up, it's been posted, and we need to make sure, the commissioners need to make sure that they look at this plan and that it includes incorporation from the nearby residents, East Lawrence neighborhood. I've read the report. I'm concerned that maybe it is not drawing enough from the neighborhood to ensure that the neighborhood stays safe, that the taxes don't go wild out for the housing, and that we also make sure that the flavor of East Lawrence is maintained. And I'm not for sure if that plan fully does that at this time. I know it's a draft plan, so there's still work to be done on it.
It's attractive to focus attention on the new parts of town, new development, but the fact of the matter is most of the neighborhoods in Lawrence are over 40 years old. And while there has been money put aside for street repair and sewer repair and sidewalk repair, nothing helps an older neighborhood more than just get that basic infrastructure up. Now, the 9th Street project sounds like a good one. I'm not sure it's the right time for it or not. But if all it does is put in some new bricks on the street and some new streetlights, I question how much it's actually going to help the residents of East Lawrence. Also, if we have code enforcement, not just on rental properties, but across the board, that helps neighborhoods out too, because only one or two bad houses can drag everybody else down. So living in Old West Lawrence, I'm very much aware of that, but there are a lot of other places in town too that could benefit from getting new sewer lines, new street lines, new sidewalks, and if lower income people need some help on sidewalks, then the city ought to be there to help them out to the extent they can.
I think that access to care, as far as mental health, the stigma behind accessing mental health, addictions, things of that nature, the cyclical nature of child welfare and how that affects, really, truly affects the community of Lawrence. I think that it's important to diversify the communities, and that is through affordable housing. But I'm here to be a part of a social justice initiative. I'm here to be a part of a revolution. And the reality here is that younger faces will bring about different kinds of change. And I think that's what I bring to the table. But more than that, I bring a collaboration from different communities, realities, and experiences. And we really, truly need to be able to do that in order to grow and prosper as a community rather than individuals, and then not some individuals. Thank you.
Our top priority needs to be to figure out what our top priority is. And the fact of the matter is, as a commissioner, you're faced with multiple decisions every week, all across the board. Social issues, mental health issues, land planning issues, traffic issues, police department issues, city union negotiation issues. But unless and until there's some understanding on this body about what our priorities as a city are, and not just think about them differently each week, but have some long-term, longitudinal thinking about what will make this a better place to live for everyone who lives here, we will be asking somebody during the next election cycle, what's your top priority? Now's the time to talk about developing those top priorities rather than waiting until 6 months have gone by and then there's an ad hoc decision-making process that interferes with whatever prioritization has occurred before.
Question is, what we haven't been asked? A lot of things. I think we haven't been asked about our passion. We haven't been asked about our commitment. We haven't been asked about our families. We haven't been asked about what makes a difference to us. What I'd share that you haven't asked is, we have a great city. We need some people, some new people to come to the table with some new ideas in a rapidly changing environment to start to bring people to Lawrence with new jobs, economic development, high wages, and benefits. That's how we capitalize on the investments that the Lawrence community has already committed to.
The hotel guest tax is something that's got a lot of play recently, and how important that is. And I want to piggyback on that and say that I think that I want to talk about a long-term goal, which is not oftentimes as sexy as talking about short-term goals, certainly. But I really think that this city needs to look into and getting a conference or a convention center. I think we're missing out on golden opportunities. I had a conversation with Paul Davis, and he was saying that his law conferences would love to come to Lawrence, but there's just no way for them to do it. So now their options are Topeka, Manhattan, or Kansas City. Topeka, okay. And a lot of them now are going to Manhattan. I encourage everyone to look at what Manhattan has accomplished with their conference center downtown and look at how much they are growing because of it and how that's helping their guest hotel taxes. So it's paramount for them. I just think that we could get a lot more people in here with something such as a conference or a convention center. If you want to work at increasing the hotel guest tax, if that's so important in helping pay off some of these things like Rock Chalk Park and helping with the different festivals, that's something that needs to be explored.
Okay. And now turn it over to the committee.
We're down to very little time. I want to suggest that the members of the committee direct a specific question you have on your mind to a specific candidate and let them answer it rather than go around a cycle where everybody answers it. And we'll try to get the key questions in your minds directed to the key people you want to ask the question to. Are you okay with that? Let's start with Boo.
Let me just, I apologize. If you could please speak into the mic when you're asking these questions, that would be wonderful.
Okay.
Can I pass for now?
Yes, ma'am. Dennis?
I would be interested in asking Jeff Southern what his attitude towards the push for a affordable housing trust fund is.
Well, I was involved with Justice Matters people from our church, First Presbyterian, and I did not get to make the trip down to San Antonio, but was involved with some of the planning. I think it's attractive. I'm not sure the funding mechanism, funding it through the hotel guest tax was mentioned. I don't know if that's going to be enough to get it really started. The housing trust is basically a way to empower people to get out of homelessness, to get off the streets permanently, and not just a short-term fix like the shelter is, which is a fine facility, but it's not a long-term fix. It's worked well in other cities. Lawrence had one, as I understand it, for a while, and then they got rid of it. So I don't know what their problems were, but it's worth certainly looking into because other cities have done it across the country. We wouldn't be the first, but it's something that I think would be a long-term solution to something that we clearly have an issue with in this town, and it's not getting any better.
Thank you. Another member of the committee with a question.
Pass. I have one.
Good.
This is for Mr. Southard. You've spoken in your application and here tonight on code enforcement and looking at property owners and not just rental property. I think I have a concern that you are interested in prioritizing individual property owners in code enforcement when we have a lot of unkept rebar, both on the school district projects and down at 9th in New Hampshire right now today. And I'd like to know if you would consider prioritizing those larger projects before we look at individual property owners.
Well, the school district issue is certainly one that's apparently fell through the cracks. Apparently the city was not keeping an eye out for it, and they assumed the school district was, and they weren't either. So that should not be allowed to happen ever again. As far as the code enforcement goes, just this last week, the city commission finally addressed a house that probably should have been addressed long ago. It's now to the point of being actually condemned and torn down. That should never have gotten that far. The rental program, I think it's too early to say whether it's going to work or not. I think it's, if I might draw an analogy, banks pay to be audited. Good ones, bad ones, they all get paid. They contribute to the program, and it helps the entire banking system. I think the entire rental system in Lawrence will be helped by the fact that we'll have a mechanism at least to keep these properties up. And I lived for the first few years of my married life over on Tennessee, 1305 Tennessee. We were the only single-family house in the block. We realized we were playing with guys next door on their porch with the beer cans, and it was probably time to move. But, so that's, and I know all about code enforcement, at least in that area.
Thank you. Joanne?
My question is for Mr. Watson. And in reading your application, and it's an impressive one, I do have a question. Your business, you state, is international. I'm assuming, and one should never assume, but I'm assuming that travel is involved. And my question is, how would you appropriate the necessary time for the commission?
That's a great question. First, I have international experience, and so I've developed retail in several countries across the world. My recent experience is a business owner here in Lawrence who does construction and design projects nationwide. So I'm very experienced with the conflicts of owners and constructions and low bids and setting priorities and design standards. What I think sets me apart is bringing a new perspective based on some of that experience and being available to the public. And to your specific question, I work downtown. I have an office downtown, and I'm here every day. I travel 4 to 5 days a year, and I'm ready to talk, and I'm ready to help, and I'm passionate.
Thank you.
My question is for Mr. Watson as well. Being an expert in building design, could you just tell us about a few of the building projects you have recently helped with design and how you believe this expertise will benefit the community?
Certainly. That's a great question. Thank you for that. We practice engineering in more than 30 states. We're licensed. We've gone through those processes. The licensing, the requirements, the professional requirements are all very difficult. Our typical project is a 200,000 square foot large box commercial retail store. The owners are very requiring, the time limits and the budgets are very constraining, and the safety is paramount. I work with that every day, all day. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
We're pressing right up against the time limit. Any other? Okay.
Question for Mr. Anderson. You mentioned new urbanism in your remarks today and in your application, but it seemed to be that it conflicts a little bit with some of the statements you've made about downtown congestion and what you'd like to see in future growth. Could you explain to us your understanding of new urbanism and what you like about it?
Absolutely. Many different starting with sustainability and going to walkability, bike lanes. When I think of new urbanism, I think of decongesting, not more congestion. What I'm looking at is I'm trying to figure out more ways to get people to bike downtown and walk downtown. And I think it's a focus on bike lanes. It's a focus on, again, having programs. I think the big problem we have is the people who live downtown, work downtown, are parking downtown, taking up some of those spots. I'd love to see different programs where they could park somewhere else and have that availability, certainly. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to worry that there's so many apartment buildings downtown now, and I'm worried where they're going to park. And I'm worried how they're going to get around. And if we're going to have a downtown grocery store, I'm worried too. How's that going to help with congestion? So what I'm trying to do, I guess, when I think of new urbanism, I think walkability and bike lanes are very important in that regard. And so what I'm hoping to see then is more foot traffic and bike traffic downtown.
Is that it? Thank you to the candidates, thank you to the committee, and thank you to those of you sitting around. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll move on to the second round. Okay, we're going to get started. And we'll start with our second round. We have Scott Morgan, David Crawford, Doug Robinson, Ken Easthouse, correct? Joe O'Brien, and Dr. Terry Reardon. We'll start with opening statements. You'll each have 90 seconds, and Scott Morgan, you'll go first.
Thank you all. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I appreciate all the work that went into this and doing it on such short notice, and so thank you. I'm applying for this for the simple reason that I think I have a set of experiences, skills, a personality that would benefit someone trying to join a commission midstream. My wife Kathleen and I moved here in 1988. We raised our 3 children here. We started a small publishing business in 1990, had an office on East 9th Street across from New York Elementary. We were there till 2007 when we sold the business to Congressional Quarterly. I continue to do some publications and databases for them. I served 2 terms on the Lawrence School Board, twice as president. I was involved in 2 superintendent searches, and frankly, that search for the superintendent had a lot to do with what I thought maybe I had to offer for this position. I think the selection of a chief administrative officer is one of the most difficult and important things that a city or school elected board does. And it's important for Lawrence that we find somebody that is not only qualified, but appreciates the unique nature of Lawrence, because we can be an odd group, we can be difficult, we can be awesome, but you got to have an appreciation for the uniqueness of us. And I think that's what's important to find in both our city management and in our elected officials, is someone that appreciates the diversity that's out there, that's willing to listen and to respect their fellow board members, commissioners, and I really enjoy being a part of it. So thank you again for allowing me the opportunity to participate.
Yeah, my name's Dave Crawford. I'm a resident here in Lawrence. I live at 715 Illinois. Currently, I'm the lead organizer for the Downtown Grocery Project. And through the time I've spent here in Lawrence, I've felt as though I've got the time. I've definitely got the background for the City Commission. And one of the things that I just need to bring out tonight is that the City Commission has shown no respect for the public. And I believe that I would be able to sit up here with the City Commission and actually bring a change to with the other 4 city commissioners. And when I say no respect for the public, I'm talking about a food desert in northeast Lawrence that's like 3 generations of lack of access to food. And, Lawrence is 40 square miles, and that particular food desert takes up 10 square miles of Lawrence. And that's, like I said, this has been going on for 3 generations. We have Rock Chalk Park, for instance. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I was born here. I live in the house where my parents brought me, where they lived. My 5 children are the 5th generation to live in the same house on East 19th and 1850s, home to the 2nd mayor and 1st postmaster of this new community back then. But I also spent 35 years working in California, covering politics in San Francisco as a journalist. And so I think that gives me a lot of insight into the way things function. My basic contention and proclamation and opinion is that this is all political theater, that Scott Morgan was chosen before the process was created, and he will be chosen to fill the seat, and that from that he will run for higher office. I think that this parallels the perception many people have of the city of Lawrence, that deals are made between developers and the planning department, and then it comes before the city commission after the fact and goes through the process of having hearings and public input and so on, but the deals have basically already been made. And I think that's a tragedy given our amazing history as a city when people came here to establish this town and were willing to lay down their lives for what they believed in the realm of human dignity. And now it seems like we're becoming more and more Fritzltown or Comptonville.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ken Easthouse. I want to start by thanking the Advisory Committee for the City Commission vacancy for their ongoing work. You have a difficult job ahead of you, as there are 12 extremely qualified candidates here tonight, and I'm honored that you selected me as one of your top 12, so thank you all for that. When I first started this process, I didn't know what the reaction was going to be from the community. While everyone was supportive, there was also a lot of questions like, are you sure you want to do that to yourself? That skepticism of public service saddens me. However, I have always believed that government works best when as many people as possible make their voices heard, even the skeptical ones. So why do I want this responsibility? It's because I believe in the process of governance by the people. While we may sometimes struggle as a government body, we usually find our way back to the correct side and find a way for our city to continue to function and flourish. We don't all agree on every topic, but I promise I agree with all of you for at least a few things. For example, Mayor Amyx was the first one to point out the irony of allowing the school district to have no inspections on Building Safety Month. Commissioner Herbert, you and I agree on the importance of arts funding. Commissioner Boley, I appreciated his insights on the possible location of the transit system hub. And Vice Mayor Soden, we both agree that too much economic development money is spent on hotels and apartments in town. That is the meaning of governance as I see it, finding what we can accomplish together. We may not agree on everything, but we agree on enough.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joe O'Brien. I want to extend my thanks to the Advisory Committee, the Voter Education Coalition, the City Commission, and the relevant staff for organizing and hosting this evening's exercise in democracy. Given the relatively recent election of several commissioners in the search for a new commissioner and search for a city manager, and I think this truly is an exciting time for us here in Lawrence. As a member of the community for nearly 25 years, I am impressed, and quite honestly, I'm humbled by the qualifications of all my colleagues in the review process, and I think we'd be put, any of us, to be able to kind of serve on your behalf. And I think as a result, the community can't help but come out of this winners. My hope and desires for the future of Lawrence are quite simple. All of us, I believe, wish for Lawrence to continue and strive to become more of an economically vibrant and environmentally sustainable and culturally rich community, one that is open and responsive to all peoples. And I believe that I possess a range of people, problem solving, and organizational experiences and skills that can assist Lawrence in continuing on this journey, and I most certainly appreciate the opportunity to share more of my thinking with you this evening. Thank you.
I would also like to thank everybody for coming tonight and staying, because it's going to be a long night. We all recently know that Yogi Berra passed away. I had the privilege of listening to him one time when my son graduated from college, and one of his yogiisms was, "Listen up, guys. I have nothing to say here tonight, so I only say it once." So I hope I exceed Yogi's and your expectations tonight. What sets me apart from the other applicants? I think it's experience, and it's recent experience as a commissioner. I was reading recently about Ben Carson, and Ben Carson is a physician who's running for the U.S. presidency. And he said, "I fix things. That's what I do." And that's what I do every day. I have the same approach. I gather information, I look at it, I analyze it, and then I try to come up with a good solution. Let me use Rock Chalk Park as a good example of that when it occurred. When I came on, Rock Chalk Park had already been decided. I had one aspect of the vote to look at. Was this a good product or was it not? So I looked down and I said, what are the goals we have as a city? What do we need to do? So I said, financially, can we afford it? Talk to the city people, staff, city manager. Yes, we could. Could we keep up the cost? Cost $1 million. Is that reasonable? Yes, it is, because of the fact that we get almost $900,000 to take care of the cost of that on the yearly upkeep. We have more courts for the kids. It's an excellent improvement for our citizens. And when you add everything up, what you say is, it was a good thing to do, even though it cost me dearly in the election.
We'll now go on to our first question. Before we continue, though, just a reminder, if you can speak into your microphone so those behind can hear. The first question will go to David Crawford. What is your plan for making traffic and pedestrian workflow more efficient in Lawrence, or how would you prioritize applying the Complete Streets initiative in comparison to other city projects? 60 seconds.
Well, okay. Yeah, I live at 715 Illinois, just off 9th, where the road diet was in place. I don't really believe that that is a complete street. That particular location was not a good location because if you're walking or you're cycling, at some point in time you're going to face a pretty good western side of that hill going west. Now, I am a complete streets person. I honestly believe that the walking, bicycling, is important. Cars, what happens is that if you count the number of cars per people walking and bicycling, sometimes you just don't have that many cars. And the streets, the old tradition is the streets were made up to have a lot of cars. So I'm a complete streets guy. Yeah.
Well, same question.
Yes.
I just have a simple response. I live on a street with bike lanes, and I've never seen a bike in the lane. They're always on the sidewalks.
Thank you. It's interesting because I don't necessarily see a lot of bikes on the sidewalks either. That being said, there's not a lot of bikes on the roads because we don't have enough infrastructure for them, or which is it first? Do we need more infrastructure for more bikes to be on the roads, or do we need more what do we do? I support the use of bike lanes as a general rule and the Complete Street project. There are some things, for example, the Castle project that they want to reduce down to 3 lanes. It seems a little silly to me on that. I need to take a look at some more data regarding that. As a general rule, though, I generally support it. I just need to look a little bit more at the data before I come to a concrete answer on that.
As a cyclist myself, and as someone who has a sister that's been kind of in a wheelchair since she was 7 years old, I have to say that I'm fairly supportive of kind of the Complete Streets, kind of the notion of realizing that people kind of go through the community in kind of multiple ways there. And so in that sense, I fully support kind of the use kind of the bike lanes. I also kind of support kind of the use of certain kinds of traffic calming measures, which are then also kind of I think are appropriate. But particularly as we're going to be facing, as I heard one person say the other day, kind of a silver tsunami, which is kind of a nice way of saying that we're getting gray, more people getting older. I think we also need to be kind of very alert to kind of the pedestrian people there and the fact that a whole host of people kind of in the near future are going to have to be getting around in a variety of means, and are we as a community willing to support people getting around in a host of different ways, of which cars is but one of those means.
Well, I'm very much a supporter of complete streets, but they have to be done judiciously. There are some streets in Lawrence that will not lend themselves to that. But there are facts that we need to look at. If you look at the insurance companies, they'll tell you, if you give me a zip code, I'm going to tell you what the mortality rate is in that area. And the reason for that, because if you can't walk, you can't do exercise and you can't do activity. So we do need to promote that. If you look at roundabouts, I personally hate roundabouts, but they're much safer. When I go to the roundabout on the west side of town now on Wakarusa, I find that it's very well done. And when you come to the 4-lane stop sign, there's about 18 cars lined up there. There's never any cars at the other one, and there hasn't been any conflict. So if they're done judiciously and right, and it's based on facts. We had a young man come to town who's an expert at this, and I walked around the city on the east side, and it was amazing what you can learn about these type of concepts if you go and educate yourself about them. So once they've educated me, I thought judiciously they're a good idea.
I like read about Complete Streets, and I like many parts of it, but what I've learned with 8 years on the school board is that you've got to be careful about catchphrases and become shortcuts without getting to the things that are really behind them. And many of those things I'd like to have them incorporated, the additional bike paths, the pedestrian-friendly workways. But Lawrence is a very different city, the diversity that we talk about, and I think what you really need is good planning, and you need to have it so that you don't just fall back on, this is the plan, this is not the plan. You need to find out what works for certain parts of town and what doesn't work for other parts of town, and be flexible, and mainly just do good planning and not just get wedded to the latest catchphrase. And I want to avoid that, and I really want to get beyond that to how we can enhance biking, how we can enhance pedestrians, and still make the community work. And most of us drive, and we obviously need to make cars operate easily, because infrastructure is one of the biggest things that we need to do with in our city. And so I would incorporate it in that scheme.
The next question is also 60 seconds, and it goes to Doug Robinson. The question is, speak to the state of affordable housing in Lawrence.
We have an interesting thing. I think Lawrence, compared to large portions of Kansas, we are seeing an increase in the poor population and an increase in the rich, and the spread between in Lawrence is increasing in ways that it's not in Emporia or Salina, other places. And I believe that Habitat for Humanity has done some good work, but we have this notion that the more social services you throw at a problem, the more you solve it. But actually, if you build more homeless shelters, more homeless people come. You never solve the problem, you just increase the size. So I don't know that creating affordable housing, okay, that's fine.
When we talk about affordable housing in Lawrence, I mean, we're not talking about all the apartment complexes that everyone wants to build, it looks like only college students with a lot of money from Johnson County can live in them. I mean, what we're talking about is, the working class, where are they going to live, in what neighborhoods are they going to live, and oftentimes what kind of apartments they're going to live. My coworkers, realistically. When we talk about affordable housing, the first step is, where are people getting their money? Lawrence is, for better or for worse, to have a good paying job, you have to have a job in Topeka or Kansas City or at the university or somewhere in the larger employers. The working class who really need to lean on affordable housing can't find the kind of jobs here in Lawrence to be able to have that affordable housing. So in my case, I would rather promote economic development to bring more employers to town, more large employers who pay a fair living wage. That way, housing ends up becoming more affordable because they have more income to spend on housing. So I'd rather develop it that way.
As someone who has a friend who I just kind of received an email from about 3 days ago, who lives on a fixed income, and learned that she now has to move back to her original home in Eudora because she can't afford to stay in her apartment any longer. Affordable housing is kind of really an issue for me, and I guess that is kind of one of the questions that really would want to try and look at, is then looking at kind of in the context and kind of the apartments, what is the range? And quite honestly, as a homeowner, I'm not aware, but what is the range of kind of the rental properties relative to kind of apartments, and how does that kind of line up with the kinds of jobs that people typically kind of have here? At the same time, what about kind of starter-up homes for people that might be in a position where they want to make that transition from kind of renting to kind of home ownership? What is it that can be done to be able to accommodate people, to be able to help them make that move, and then kind of achieve what many of us would like to achieve, and that is basically being in a position to own our home, be able to kind of be part of the community, and to kind of raise our family?
This is more than a 60-second question, and it's a very difficult one. First of all, I was proud of the City Commission because they're starting to set up affordable housing, and I believe that. And there are many reasons that I believe it, but if you go to the VEX studies and you look at those studies where they took people and looked at life problems, and one of them was not having housing, and then were they abused? What kind of income did the parents have? And they have 5, if you have 3 or 4 of those in your family, you are not going to make it. you're not going to be a successful adult. So if we can provide housing for people in an affordable manner and do it within the confines of realizing we have lots of other things to do, we can help people more than any other thing that we can do, because you have situations where you help children.
Affordable housing is one of those issues, like everyone that's going to come before the city commission. It's all context, it's all interrelated. It has to do with jobs, it has to do with taxes, it has to do with infrastructures. It has to do with whenever you make a decision about, saying you wanted to put in sprinkler systems in houses, what does that do with affordable housing? You've got to have it in context. You have to have it as part of your decision. You see decisions that were made, like with the apartment complex across from the stadium, why that was qualified for a Neighborhood Revitalization Act break of 85%. I'm not convinced that doesn't do anything for affordable housing. And it's those kinds of decisions that matter, the ripple effects of everything that you do, and you have to have a plan for it. You need to know what your affordable housing is in terms of your stock, but you have to have that in your mind as you make every one of these decisions, and not just have it off by itself. It all has to be in context.
This is a question, topic that I talk about fairly often. What happens when a neighborhood loses its starter homes and everything in the neighborhood then becomes much more expensive than a starter home? I believe that when a construction company or a developer comes to City Hall and they ask for any kind of incentives, that affordable housing needs to be a part of those incentives. As long as the city is going to pay out, pay my money, pay your money out for incentives, those affordable homes need to be in place and a part of that deal. Period.
The next question is also 60 seconds. It goes to Ken Easthouse. Where do you think growth in Lawrence should be directed in the future, address retail development such as the South Point project?
Well, you know, I'm a big fan of the southeast side just because that's my neighborhood. I think a lot of the growth that's going around at 31st and Haskell with the Peasley Center and the areas that are wide open right now as the K-10 bypass connects out there. I think that's a large opportunity for growth in the light industrial areas to attract the kind of jobs that I was talking about earlier. I happen to agree. Everything is interconnected, and when you start on a path and a plan, if you start with a plan to develop that specifically to bring jobs in, I think that's the set there. Other development that's been going on, honestly, I'm not necessarily a fan of the. Is this, correct me if I'm wrong, the South Point development is the one just on South Iowa, south of the bypass, that's halfway in the floodplain. I don't know if we necessarily need any more commercial area, especially if it's at risk for flooding personally. It needs to be smart growth that takes the entire environmental picture into account.
I think I had kind of mentioned in the papers that I submitted, and I think that's obviously one of the challenges we have is kind of looking at the balancing between kind of building in, building up, and building out. I think kind of the finishing of the bypass obviously is going to kind of create kind of a lot of growth in that area, both kind of light industrial, retail, and obviously then kind of residential as well. I mean, so how do we both kind of attract the kind of businesses that we had hoped that be able to kind of set up shop there, and then in turn going back to kind of what David said is kind of set it up in such a way where people then would be able to, given those jobs, be able to kind of afford housing. And then if you're then kind of looking at that kind of the bypass and continuing it on, going out to 31st and Iowa type of area, then yes, there's going to be continuing development there. And then another question that I really have is what's going to happen when the community kind of jumps over, on the west side, jumps over the bypass on that part, and when the city continues to move in that direction. I think one of our big challenges is how to be able to accommodate this growth and still maintain our sense of community.
I don't think the City Commission should be saying exactly what you do, exactly where, but we should have recommendations about what type of things that should be done. I think the present plan and the new one will help do that. When you look at the South Point, there's hundreds of thousands of square feet that are now in the South Area Plan, excess of what it was planned for. Well, it's not a static unit. It's not a static concept. That is where two major roads lead. There's going to be something there. So what we should do is try to create a situation where something that goes there is to the benefit of the city. And the initial project that was there probably was too big. I never saw it. But certainly the Planning Commission did and turned it down. The new one, boy, that sounds a lot better. And to me, and that's the type of growth that we need. We also need it on the west side of town. But at the same time, we need to have regulations that allow us to say what type of things, but we shouldn't be directing who comes and who does where.
Well, I think to a large extent we do provide the broad direction through the 2020 plan and its successor that's being developed right now. I think you have the node systems that are in place. There's obvious places where it's going to grow in terms of 6, or it would make sense that it would grow at 6 and 10, as well as Iowa and 10 when the bypass goes through. You decide the areas that it's going to go, and to some extent the type that's going to go in there. And then as a business person, I think the market does a nice job of determining the specific businesses. But you, on the south side, it is pretty obvious that you're going to have some development, but it's going to be limited because of the Wakarusa floodplain, the valley. You know, you've got a river right there. Now, eventually, we will probably jump over the river. I mean, more of the school district is beyond the south of the Wakarusa than is north of it. But for the development to happen, you need to have it. You may need to make sure, to the extent you do incentives with infrastructure, that you do it in those areas where you want development to go and where you have it planned, and you certainly don't provide incentives in excess of what you have set up for, and you stick with your node system that you've already created.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Yes. So where do you think growth in Lawrence should be directed in the future? Address retail development such as the South Point project?
That's a tough question, obviously. You know, the loop, I call it the loop, the Lawrence Traffic Way is going to be developed. There's no doubt in anybody's mind, I believe, it will be developed. And what needs to happen is that the City Commission, the planners, citizens in Lawrence need to keep an eye on, watch, and protect our inner city core. There's no question that when development begins and it spreads out, that it's commonly called a donut hole effect, but what happens is then the center city or your urban city core becomes neglected. And I mean, we only have so much money, the pocket's only so big, and when that money begins to go in other places, then obviously then we have neglect. And that's my biggest objection.
One of the things that motivated me to sign up for this is the city survey sent out by Jeremy Farmer under his signature. And what interested me about this survey was, and I want to talk about smart growth vis-a-vis smart growth of government rather than smart growth of the city parameters and geography. Inherent in everything, I thought I could fill this out and mail it back, and I thought, nah, there's just no way. Inherent in every question here is the Lawrence city government doing enough? Should we do more here, more there, more there, more there? And so I would be one to propose a curb on growth of the city government. And I think we need to restrict the size of city government and public employment. Kansas is in the top 5 states in the U.S. public employment vis-a-vis the population of the state. We have more public employees in Kansas per capita than 45 other states. Most of it's not at the state level, it's at this local level.
Moving on to the next question. You'll also have 60 seconds. It goes to Joe O'Brien. The question is, what qualities will you look for in our new city manager?
That's an excellent question. I think obviously what we'll be looking for is someone with a great deal of experience, someone that is open-minded, yet candid, someone that is sensitive yet hard, if I may put it that way, sensitive in the sense of being kind of aware of all those that are around him and all the needs that he needs to be able to kind of, or she needs to kind of take into account. But at the same part, also kind of a certain hard quality of knowing that at sometimes there might just have to do what you're suggesting. He may have to kind of go, or she may have to go to the city commission and say, no, we can't do that. And I think at times what we need then is, in some ways, to look at the new city manager as probably one of the most important leaders that we're going to have in this community.
I think we need to have a city manager that works well with people. I think he needs to understand all parts of Lawrence. I think he needs to understand that we've been through quite a difficult time with both transparency and also in the forms of government. I think he needs to be experienced. He needs to have several previous experiences where he's led cities or he's had a significant part in doing that. I think we need somebody who understands business, who understands how to bring more business here to Lawrence, how to fill up Venture Park and how to do those things, but at the same time to protect all the neighborhood areas so that we don't lose the uniqueness of the city. He needs to understand the fact that downtown is very important and it's to the Lawrence people, and take that into account when we do things, but that's not the only thing we do. We need to have somebody who is gregarious, goes out and meets people, and likes to be with people. He also, I think, needs to do more, having people do more things for him rather than doing it all himself.
As I mentioned in my opening statement, this is, I think, the most important thing this commission will do. And I having done it twice over the 8 years I was on the board with the superintendent searches, there's many levels of work that go into finding the right fit for your community. And one of the biggest ones is making sure that your commission is on the same page, not necessarily agreeing on all issues. But when you're going out trying to hire somebody, you're in for a world of hurt if you've got a lot of conflict and you haven't figured out your own act before you go out and ask somebody to join you. You need to find a lot of high qualities in whatever you're looking for, but you really need to find someone who is a good match for Lawrence, who gets Lawrence, who understands how we operate. And I'm not saying that this commission that exists now isn't getting along. I'm just saying that that's part of what you have to do is make sure you're on the same page. And I know they're partially along on the search already. But I'd like to be part of that because I know you can't just hire for the moment. You've got to hire for the whole time, and you've got to hire for the whole community. And any of us who have been involved here know that is a very diverse community with a lot of opinions and a lot of eagerness to express those. And so you've got to find that right fit.
Mm-hmm. Quite frankly, I was very upset, not upset, but I did not like the idea that Diane Stoddard was leaving. I think that the city manager's job and Diane Stoddard is a match, and I would like to think that maybe there still might be a way to fix that. But what I would really do, as being brand new on the commission, I would definitely lean on Mike Amyx. I believe Mike would have, buku amount of experience, and I think that I would definitely put my faith in Mike Amyx to make those decisions.
My view is that too much has happened behind the scenes between some developers with money and the planning department and the city manager's purview, and the city commission has been weak and rubber stamped too many things too many times. So I would boldly call for term limits on city managers and planning directors, not just renewable contracts, but actual limits that you can sign 2 contracts and no more, or 3 and no more. And you are subject to firing at any time for cause. And I think the city commission should be bolder and stronger. And one of my friends who's been here all his life working local politics says the problem is the city commission is a part-time gig and people are not willing to do the work, and they just defer to the professionals in the building. And that's part of the problem. We need to take more hands-on approach from the citizens who are elected.
Well, a lot of people had a lot of really good ideas in terms of the qualities that they'd like to see. I happen to agree. Lawrence is a unique place, and it requires a unique kind of personality for the city manager role. The one quality, I mean, I don't disagree with many of the suggestions up here, but one quality that I'd like to point out is creativity from our city manager. The city commission asks the manager to do a lot of different things, juggle a lot of different balls, and oftentimes he or she doesn't always know how to do it. We really need to hire a city manager who isn't afraid to think outside the box when it comes to different ideas, because frankly, we ask them to do so much in this community, and we need to have that open-mindedness and willingness to look for additional ideas that may not be traditional.
On to the next question to Dr. Terry Reardon. You'll have 60 seconds. How would you address current and future needs of the Lawrence Police Department?
I've been to the different places the police have. I've talked with them. I've gone on the tours. I've listened to the chief of police. I've read just about everything that has been printed about this. And my thought is that what we have now for the services of our police, the physical attributes are not adequate. Now, having said that, I've been a big proponent of doing something for the police that gives them an adequate police facility. We also have to keep into mind that our Michael Aglinski, our city auditor, said we have to be careful. We're right at a point where we're borrowing money to the extent that we still are in good shape, but we have to be careful with that. So we have to look at the finances too. But I do believe that the police deserve a facility. What can we afford? How can we do it? I'm not, based on all the studies I've done, I'm not in favor typically of retrofitting.
I think the police have done a nice job of convincing, at least me, that the needs are real. I know what's frustrating for them is that they have, they go through all this work, they have all the effort, and the community that has supported them has said, these needs are real. But in Lawrence, it often takes a couple of times to get people to buy into it. And the bond issues I've been involved with the library that I helped, with the campaign there, and with Lawrence needs some convincing, and it can be frustrating, but the fact is they're the ones paying for it. And so we have to take the time, step back, and make sure that we have done our work so that we can show that it is about public safety, it is not about a building, because that ultimately is what police are about. It's about providing safety. And to focus on the building in a campaign, I know it's hard, but you've got to separate that and say, this is how we can provide safety better. And I know they think they did this, and I know they did do it as far as I was concerned. But with the community, you can't let your frustration that they didn't immediately accept what you wanted. You need to step back, work with Lawrence, and those of us who have been involved in these things know it takes some time to get where we want to go. But this time when we do it, we need to solve it for longer than what we've done in the past. We keep thinking we've done it with the police, and it proves to be inadequate for the future. It gets back to good planning. Let's do it right and make sure that we have the community bought into the whole thing. But it is about public safety.
Yeah, I said earlier, the City Commission's shown no respect for the public. This is another example where the public is, the police department is so important to us, and for them to be treated like this, I think is, it just shows that disrespect. We can spend $83 million for a wastewater treatment plant. We can plan for years in advance to have that project, but yet we don't plan for our city police department. Where has the plan been for this? I believe that this should have started. It should have the same planning, should be given the same amount of respect as a wastewater treatment plant, as our wastewater $83 million project. I don't know what happened. This has just fallen off to the wayside, and it should have been taken care of before.
I think there was a great deal of frustration. I agree with what Scott said, that in terms of public buy-in, it's like all these signs appeared and we got this agenda and the public had not been sold on the idea and wasn't sold on the idea. And that educational, persuasive effort, whichever way it goes, has to be made, and you can't just assume that people are willing to put up more money for whatever people want. We're an affluent community, but not everybody here is affluent. And we have a real tension between income disparity, and that affects all these things. And I think it's getting more despair, more spread between the haves and the have-nots in Lawrence specifically.
Well, I might be in the minority of the issue, but I kind of think the people have spoken about a new police facility. We put it up for an issue. It was voted down. We have no right to overturn what the people have said. I mean, as an elected official, that's kind of important to listen to the people who elect you. That being said, I do think there are some improvements that need to be made in preparation for future growth and things of that nature. I generally tend to support retrofitting just because it's the most cost-effective option, at least at this point in time. But the key thing is that the people spoke, and I don't want to take that away.
Well, in one sense, I kind of agree with my colleague that they did speak. I'm not exactly sure what messages we were all kind of coming away with, because there probably could be several different ways to interpret kind of the results. But I do believe that kind of public safety, public health are foundational to our community. And I think for me, it's kind of like relative to kind of the police facility, it's also asking whether or not I want to breathe. Yes, I do think we kind of need one. I think kind of one of the ironies that we have is if we were to look back at the candidates last spring, as far as where would you cut budget-wise, it all say administrative cost. Isn't there a certain irony that the police work is cut across like 4 or 5 different places? And that would strike me that, maybe we have an efficiency issue there, that maybe one of the ways ultimately to kind of cut administrative cost in the long run is to do what we as a community can do to help provide them with the facility they need to do to ensure what Scott said, that we have a safe community.
Moving on to the next question. It's a question from the audience. You'll have 60 seconds. It goes to Scott Morgan. This question is, the KU student body is disconnected from Lawrence politics. What is your plan for engaging the population of students working to get involved?
I mean, we can and should try to do that. I have a student up there, and trying to engage her in the conversation, I think, is going to be a challenge. I think we need to realize that they are an incredible asset to this community, that we are lucky, very, very lucky to have KU here in many ways. It is a huge part of our fabric. We can reach out to students. There are many ways you can do it, and you will get some involved. But I work with the Dole Institute, Dole Center on Politics up there, and there are some amazing students up there who are engaged, who are interested. It will be an ongoing, ever more battle that you will need to do, because those students are going to turn over. You're going to have a new bunch. Those of us who can remember what we were like in college, city government was not going to be high on our list, and I'm not sure what you can do about it. I'm not trying to make light of it. I'm just saying you got to reach out and be there for the ones who are interested, but not think that you're going to suddenly have 20,000 KU students engaged in our community. It's just the reality of the age and the nature of what they're doing.
Yeah, very good question. In addition to KU, I think also Haskell University. Those two entities are vital assets for Lawrence. I was contacted the other day, and I'm on the planning committee for Indigenous Peoples Day. It's going to, there'll be a group from KU and a group from Haskell University. They're going to be meeting, and this will coincide with Columbus Day. I mean, there are lots of different, this is just one example of bringing KU and Haskell into, and we do this on the weekends too. There are street parties and that type of thing that are going on. But I think that it's important that the city commission is involved and reaches out, not only to KU, but to Haskell University too.
I had a senator friend in Sacramento when I worked there who said that 3% of the population cares about politics day in, day out, and 97% doesn't, except near an election cycle. And so you win elections by getting half of the 3% on your side because they influence everybody else. One of the problems we have here in Lawrence is not just the inactivity of KU students or Haskell students, it's the dismal low turnout for the city elections by the whole population. So I'm strongly in favor of this, moving the local elections to the same cycle, same dates as the statewide and the national elections. Higher participation would be a good thing, and we have had very low participation across the board. Forget about KU. All adults have, not many have shown up to decide who sits at this desk.
Well, you know, the first thing in engaging students at KU, if you have everyone on your city commission who looks like they're over the age of 65, they probably aren't going to turn out because they don't think you care about them. I know, I speak from experience, you know, only 10 years ago I was a college student at Emporia State. I was assigned to, for a class to go sit on a city commission meeting. At that very commission meeting, the city of Emporia raised some local taxes on turning on and off cable or utilities so that they could lower the property taxes. They wanted to shift the tax burden away from the property owners, the people with the invested interest in the community, to the college students. Things like that, and showing them and educating them how much your city means to you as a daily college student, and having it come from a voice that not all that long ago was in their shoes, that makes a difference. I mean, I have a Facebook, I have Twitter, I'm on Snapchat, I'm kind of all over the place. I don't know how many other people can really say that they connect to and can speak the language that a lot of these college students do.
I'm almost scared to ask you, Ken, which side of that 65 you think I might look like. So I'll refrain from that, if you will, please. Okay. And I think I might have my colleagues at an unfair advantage because my responsibility at KU basically is to prepare people who are going to go out and teach government. One of the things that they see is that I work with, work directly tested tools here, and we use this as a way to try and kind of capture their interest not only in what it is that they're going to go about and teach, but more importantly to make them aware of the importance of them becoming involved in their community, be it kind of at a local level, a state level, or at a national level. But I would kind of see the community operating at all three of those places. And it's incumbent upon me, and I believe a lot of my colleagues, to try and help inspire such people, to make them to realize is that we need them. Those of us with the more grayish kind of hair is because we're going to have to step out of these kind of positions later, and they're going to have to step in.
Well, I think this is actually a pretty difficult thing because they change every 4 years. Everybody around me, I live on Tennessee Street, changes every 4 years. Just throwing some things out, you know, some of the things we do now, the internships through the cities, through the county, and through the businesses, we can promote that. I'm presently on a campus village board with Dennis Domer, and we're looking at trying to bring intergenerational concepts. And part of that is that you bring the university out to the city, and you do research in the city with the students. So you intermix the geriatric groups, the younger groups, and you try to bring them together, and you do it in a way that's educational. So those are some of the things that I think that we can do with that. It is a very difficult thing because they do change a lot. Businesses, I think we can help promote the internships. Lawrence Memorial Hospital has a fair amount of those. So those are the type of things that I would look at to get. And then the fundraisers that they do. They do a lot of things. They come here on a weekend once a year and help people who to clean their grass and pick things up. So trying to promote some type of activities where we interact is a very good thing.
Going on to the next question from the audience. This question goes to David Crawford. You'll have 60 seconds. What constitutes a desirable, healthy neighborhood that you would want to live in?
Mixed income. Definitely mixed income. When we moved to 715 Illinois, the real estate agent pointed out that things got a little bit thin, he said, then at the end of the block and on the other side on Alabama, and I looked at my wife and said, this is where we want to live. I do not believe in the Prairie Village. I don't believe in that kind of community. I don't believe. I think that what we need here in Lawrence, again, we talked about affordable homes, mixed income neighborhoods. I don't believe in forced zoning for mixed income, but I think that everybody has a conscience, and I think that it's very important that when we talk about the core inner city of Lawrence, that we think about these and want to keep the mixed income neighborhoods.
I agree. I like that. And I had an experience years ago. I was in Lawrence, sitting at a country kitchen and having dinner, and I just felt real uneasy and real uncomfortable. And the people I was having dinner with were fine folks. I enjoyed their company. The food was fine. But I couldn't place my finger on why am I uncomfortable. And as I got up to leave, as if we paid our tab and we're walking out, I looked around and I realized everyone in the room was white and everyone was speaking English. And I hadn't been in an environment like that for about 20 years. And I wasn't used to that. And I was living in San Francisco where the dominant languages were Mandarin, Cantonese, Tagalog, Spanish. And there were 5 different races on every block, ethnic groups, and that's what I like, and that's what I'm comfortable with. And Lawrence has diversity, but we still have these monolithic neighborhoods where every house is the same square footage, has the same look, and I think we can do better.
Well, I grew up in one of those neighborhoods where it was a duplex and everything looked the same as your neighbor's house, as your neighbor's house, as your neighbor's house. And what made the neighborhood healthy, in my opinion, was the sense of community that we were able to build ourselves. I think the city needs to do a better job of promoting the neighborhoods to get together on their own, providing them meeting space. I think every community needs to have a public meeting space in their own little neighborhood for them to be able to meet and discuss and do things that they want to do, block parties and whatnot. Just developing and promoting the natural neighborliness that makes Lawrence so great, and from what I remember from my childhood.
I think diverse, mixed incomes with public spaces, quiet streets, and good people. I think it was really kind of simply kind of what I would like. Ones that have a strong connection to the neighborhood elementary school, and to where we're having people that are able to be out in the open and with each other. And going on what Ken said, just kind of promoting ways in which to kind of socialize and be together. I'd almost kind of be interested in kind of a return to move away from privacy fences and a return to front porches. As quaint as that might seem, but that's kind of neighborhood that I would like, is where the people are out among each other rather than back behind a fence among themselves and not socializing.
Well, I think one of the things that I would look at first is say, where are you living? Because where I live in the central city is going to be much different than what it is on the west. And it's going to be much different in downtown. But still the concepts are going to be the same. You want to promote community. And how do you do that? Well, you promote the ability for them for walkability. That's where the concept of complete streets comes in. Because you want to encourage people to get out and to mingle and intermix with each other. So you want to have that situation, that type of thing occur in any of those 3 places. But the specific things that you would do for those 3 different areas would be different. And you'd have to understand and gather data, analyze that data, and then come back and say, what can I do downtown? How do we want downtown to look? How do we want to get people around? The bus system, things like that. We need to encourage the ability to intermingle and mix, and we need to promote those activities which cause that and allow it.
Having lived in Lawrence for 27 years and lived in the same house for 27 years, and my neighborhood I wouldn't trade for anything. We have the same neighbors on many sides that we've had since we started, and they'll drive you nuts. I know I drive them nuts, but I love them. But it's different than other places because every neighborhood is different, and that's what makes it healthy. And I think we need to respect those differences and not try to layer on what our perceived values or goals or whatever and judge them by the way the houses look or don't look. I had our office in East Lawrence on East 9th Street. I developed a great appreciation for what that community was like because in that neighborhood. And I think we need to value the differences that we have and not try to homogenize them all with a plan and make everyone live like us. I love Lawrence because everyone doesn't live like me, and they don't ask that I live like them. And so a healthy neighborhood is one that I think from a city standpoint, we do need to make sure about sidewalks, we need to make sure about biking, and that we have those available, but we mainly need to respect the differences.
The next question will also be 60 seconds. It goes to Doug Robinson. It is also from the audience. What do you propose to make sure Lawrence provides for itself a communication and information infrastructure for the 21st century, i.e. municipal-wide fiber optic broadband internet, Chattanooga muni-owned model, KC Google/corporate model, or what else?
Well, I'm not sure. I met this guy in college. His name was Ray Cox, and he created this company called Cox Cable. And he's dead and gone, and the company's losing ground. But he was one of those people who got early on that bandwagon and made a fortune. There's always trouble whenever cities give monopolies to any corporation to do the now dated cable systems or the new fiber optic networks or whatever it is. Fraught with trouble. Yeah, competitive bidding, take your time, don't rush into a contract just because they're willing to. I would go slow, but I think these things are coming and will come, need to come. But you got to look at who's the players and who's trying to make money off the city and allow for more people to enter that bidding process for access to the citizens.
I can definitely talk about this one. This is right in my wheelhouse. No, I personally think it's absolutely shameful that a city the size of Baldwin has a high-speed fiber optics cable system that we don't. I mean, I think that's absolutely ridiculous. How did that happen? I know that same company is wanting to come into Lawrence and not ask for the same sort of tax breaks that Wicked Broadband did, for example. I generally favor. I like the idea of putting it out on public bidding, letting people, having the process be out there. But overall, the corporate model, the model that Google is using in the Kansas City area is very appealing, particularly because of the company that's doing it, just because I'm a fan of Google myself. But the big thing is that it absolutely has to happen. It is shameful that the city is that far behind our neighbors, especially our much smaller neighbors.
I agree with what people kind of said so far. We need to be looking not simply now or even to the next couple of years, but really to the future. And one of the comments that people had made was, how do we engage kind of KU students? Well, might that kind of be one way in which to be able to do it, is to try and kind of, let them know that we're responsive to how they kind of interact, socialize kind of with each other, which might then kind of suggest that trying to find some ways to be able to kind of fund a fiber optic system for this community is more than essential, it's more than critical. It would have to, I think, going to end up being kind of the economic lifeblood of the future of the city. If we don't try to figure out how to be able to do it, then quite frankly, what's going to happen to the young people in this? As someone who, even though my son now is working, I continue to pay his bill and continue to find out how much he uses each month. Mm-hmm. Well, I know it won't be for much longer. I mean, but my point being, thank you. No, that's fine.
The city of Lawrence owns a significant amount of fiber, 128 fibers, 256 fibers, virtually circumferential around the city. So if anything happens, it breaks, we still have connectivity. We need to utilize that. We have a situation where we've had companies come to town that either was of questionable reputability or were young. And we need to encourage us going out and looking at using that leverage that we have to promote the fiber, to promote coming in. But I think we have to be very careful when we do that, because when companies come in, they want to cherry pick. They want to go out where they can make the money. We need to be very protective of the entire cities, east and west and north and south, that we get cable to all of them, and we don't let them cherry pick and not provide the internet capabilities to just specific parts of the city that can make money. So we have to be protective of that, but we have to encourage a business and climate where they can use that fiber that we have, and then the city benefits by the monies that we bring in.
Part of me is tempted to have you repeat the question just for amusement purposes, but I'd like to say I have answers for everything, but I don't want to mislead anyone. I do think that if you do it, we need to encourage it. We need to treat it as a utility. It is like phone service was, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. We need to make just basic cable access or internet access available to many, many different people. How you do that, I don't have the answer to it, but I do know you need to make it a preference and something that you want to provide incentives for, and figure out a logical way to do it. It's easier to wire Baldwin than it is to wire Lawrence, and if we had Google come in, I'd be okay with it, but I don't hear them knocking right now. But we need to find a way to do it, treat it as a utility, and make sure that all have access to it. And I think we should also make sure we're partnering with KU on this, because they have obviously great incentive to make sure that they continue to have the kind of connections that they need for their work.
The city, obviously we all know the city owns a large majority of, I guess it's called a trunk, and it belongs to the city, it belongs to the taxpayers, and I think that's where it should stay. It should not be sold. And also I think that this should be treated as a utility. On the other hand, just up the hill, KU has access to 5-6 times the speed this fiber network, and the fiber network that we use is like really slow. We talked earlier about what can we do with KU. Maybe this is a possibility. Maybe obviously their trunk or their access, could it be through the utility that we own? I think this needs to be looked at. How are they getting such a high, fast internet speed, and some way or another, we're relegated to this very slow speed?
This next question is the final question from the audience, and it will go to Ken Easthouse. The question is, taking into account that the East Lawrence neighborhood did not ask for the East 9th project or participate in the development of the Art Place grant, do you feel that project's process has been fair?
That's a very pointed question, isn't it? They're looking for a specific response. I've been reading over a lot of the 9th Street Arts District information, particularly the stuff that just recently came out. I do think there needs to be more public input. I think particularly the selection of the showcase artists, the people who will have art showcased next to your neighbors' houses, it needed more input from the neighborhood to begin with. There are a lot of things not to like about how East 9th Street Art District went down. That being said, looking at the plans, I can see nothing but increased property values for everyone who's in that area, and an increased sense of community that develops from it. I want to speak with more people in the area before I make a final determination about whether or not to support the East 9th Street Arts District as a whole, but I like what I see so far. We just need to do a little bit better in terms of reaching out to people and get their opinions on that.
I agree with Ken quite a bit. I, too, like the plan. I, too, though, am a little troubled by the process maybe by which it occurred. If no matter how ultimately it unfolded, to kind of have a neighborhood kind of raise that kind of question, as Ken said, kind of in that pointed way, and then to suggest that they're kind of unhappy with how this particular process is moving forward. I think City Commission needs to be really sensitive to that and needs to figure out how better to be able to kind of involve them in this process and to see whether or not we'd be in a position to try and kind of accommodate their interest, recognizing, of course, that with that kind of development, yes, one offshoot would possibly be kind of an increase in property values. The flip side, of course, though, is going to mean kind of an increased, potentially kind of amount of traffic for them, which is one of the points was raising earlier about kind of the importance of a good community is one that you're able to easily get around in, where kind of you feel kind of the streets are safe. And I will close with that. Thank you.
I actually think the city did a pretty good job with this. And the reason I think they did is because they came out with a concept. They had multiple meetings. They went to the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association. They appointed a group. The group had representatives from many parts of the city. East Lawrence, also from the community for arts on the west side. And they tried. But, you know, it didn't go over too well. And if it didn't go over too well, they came back and said, okay, people are unhappy. Let's reevaluate what they did. So they had another meeting. They appointed some more people. They tried to get those voices there. They tried to listen to them, and they're still listening to them. Now, you can't solve all the problems that people have when you make change, because some people don't like change. But what you have to do is to look at that and say, when you look at the entire city and look at the negatives for the east part, the positives for the east part, and then what goes for the entire city, is this a good project? And I think overall it's a great project, and I think it's a good example where there was a lot of controversy, it was met, it was looked at, it was not ignored, and I think it came through, and it's still in the process of doing that. We still don't have total agreement, but we still have a good project.
I have a great deal of affection for that area of town, as I've mentioned before, with our office having been there. I stared at 9th Street for 15 years, day and night, because of the way you do a small business. I also did other stuff, but a lot of time I was staring at the street trying to figure out what to do. But I think with that project, it's typical of Lawrence, where the trust broke down at some point. And I think if that were my neighborhood, where my home was, I could see why it concerns you, because you don't want somebody coming in from the outside with this glamorous grant and saying, we're here to help you, we're going to make your neighborhood better. And I know a lot of people in the community in that neighborhood have bought into it, but a lot are still questioning what it's going to be, and is it's going to be, nightclubs or whatever, and that's not what the design is. But it's your home. And I get that that is a special place, and you feel like you're kind of fighting the odds anyway, and then somebody's there to help you, and it's just frustrating. And that's where, like with the police, I know it's frustrating because they had many, many meetings. They tried things. Sometimes you got to step back and you got to do it again just to build the trust. And at some point, you do have to make a decision to move forward or not. But you do have to take a while in Lawrence to do it right, and that's what makes us special.
Okay. Yeah, as an honorable resident of Lawrence, I've been East Lawrence. What happened was this was basically it was sprung on the neighborhood. Now, at this point in time today, I am in agreement with the Arts Corridor, the 9th Street project. I don't think it was handled appropriately to begin with. There were a lot of things that were probably out of the control of the City Commission and the city that caused a lot of the sparks to begin with. As of today, I feel good about it. But there's this thing about ownership. And those people that live in East Lawrence own those homes. They don't want to be threatened. They don't want to be threatened to have those homes taken away from them. And this whole thing, I believe there's a certain amount of ownership that needs to stay in East Lawrence, and the goodwill that goes with that ownership needs to be preserved.
I am absolutely against any use of eminent domain proceedings by any government that takes private property away from anyone and then turns it over to something that people consider commercial or private in terms of turning it over to some big corporation to develop land for a commercial venture, or to impose on a neighborhood an entertainment district, museum area, whatever it is, without public support. And if art is something that either happens or it doesn't at the most basic level, and it's not, you don't throw more money at art and get better art. Art comes from the heart. It comes from the people and from real life. And we can encourage it, but we can also try and impose it in a way that's counter art.
This is the last question I'll ask before turning it over to the committee, and this question goes to Joe O'Brien. The question is, what is your top priority, that has not been mentioned so far? You have 60 seconds.
Well, I'm glad everyone else has a chance to be able to think about that, given kind of the breadth of stuff that we've been, having to kind of address. Is kind of like, okay, now what's kind of missing from this kind of puzzle? I think probably one of the things that has been kind of alluded to, and that we probably do really need to kind of be mindful of, is some of the circumstances that kind of brought us here, to where we are. And I think was kind of already has been touched upon, kind of in the talking about kind of the East 9th Street. It seems like we've had kind of in some respects, kind of a rough year. If you will, of, kind of questions about kind of the new police facility, kind of a resignation, the East 9th corridor. So I would say the most important thing that we probably ultimately need to be able to deal with is how to be able to figure out to rebuild trust, among ourselves. And I wouldn't simply say it kind of in the city commission, but kind of in ourselves as a community. And what is it that each of us would be able to do, going back to involving kind of KU students, what is it, not simply KU students, but we as community members can do to kind of rally behind kind of the city commission?
I guess I would say the bus system, because the bus system is so important to so many of my patients, to get to and from work, to get to and from parts of the city, to shopping, transportation, because a lot of people don't have transportation. And I think the bus system right now, we're facing not a crisis today, but in about 3 years, when we have the sundown of the sales tax, we need to have a bus system that I think is still supported. And we as a city commission, I think, need to create an environment that the public has trust, that we know what we're doing, that we're going to have a bus system. We need to have some type of centralized bus area. I think we need to solve that problem. And whether exactly where it is, I have done a fair amount of studying. That's not the point now, but I think the point is to create a bus system that will help us in the future, because I think that's one of the things that's unique about Lawrence, and the last election was overwhelmingly positive. Let's support people who need transportation.
Any commission is going to be faced with a whole host of issues, ones we've discussed and ones that we haven't. I think ultimately, from my experience with being on an elected body, is the ability of a commission to work together, not necessarily to agree on everything, and many things won't. You'll have split votes, but that understanding, that importance of listening to your fellow commissioners, of respecting where they come from, of having an appreciation that they bring a diversity of opinion to the board, and even though you disagree on an issue, that you're willing to work together. And I think this commission is off to a good start, and I'd like to be a part of that going forward, because I think that ability to respect your fellow member, board member, commissioner, is so fundamental to all these other issues being dealt with in a constructive fashion. I've seen so many people come through, they get on with a specific issue, they're hard to go on that issue, and then suddenly they're confronted with the reality that there's a whole host of other things in a city that need to be dealt with. And you've got to have people who are on there who are willing to listen. I can't emphasize that enough. In all these issues, we have to listen to one another and then be willing to act together for the betterment of the community.
In my opinion, I think it's bridging the gap between construction, the development, and the community. I mean, the community and small business and development has to be able to come together. And bridging that gap, in my opinion, is very important. We've done this with the downtown grocery store. We all saw it in the paper today. Here it is. Let's get an applause. Downtown grocery store. This is how it's done. You you have to reach out. You have to be able to agree. Developers and the community need to be able to work together. We can't have a divide and have negative feelings all the time. There just has to be, sometimes we say, happy boundaries. And that's the way that this community, I believe, needs to go forward. And I can do that.
The number one problem isn't transportation. It's not development. It's not where growth's going to happen. The number one problem is cynicism, where people stop voting, they stop participating because they just get disgusted. And with the incidents with the former mayor, with the perception I hear every day that certain people in this town get projects green-lighted because they have big bucks, and all the people I serve in my job who do the remodeling and build the small number of homes each year and so on, they feel like they get a lot of grief from the city unnecessarily. And there's this perception that the city has a life of its own that's separate from the people who live here, that it's trying to impose things on the citizens, and it needs to go the other direction to reverse that cynicism and increase voter turnout.
Well, there's a couple things that we haven't touched on yet. First, Dr. Reardon, you're right. The city transportation, particularly the location of the hub, I think that's going to be a major, major issue here within the term of this particular appointment. The other thing that I'd like to speak about is reviewing inspection permits, particularly in light of what happened at New York Elementary with a young boy who was injured there wandering into a construction site because the city allowed construction to go on and pass on issuing permits and allow that to go forward. Frankly speaking, reading over the minutes from that meeting and things of that nature, I just cannot fathom that was allowed to happen. We need to go back. I think the first thing the city needs to do is go back and re-inspect a lot of that to make sure it's up to code and safe in our city, to make sure our kids are safe. At whatever cost we need. A lot of that cost should have been built into the billing in the first place. But that's a major issue that I don't think we've touched on yet tonight.
I now turn it over to the committee to ask questions.
We'll start on the other side, the other end of the table this time. First member of the committee that has a question.
I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Let's see, I got several, so you might come back to me if we have time. I guess my first question would be to Ken.
Could you speak in the mic?
Yeah, sorry. Everybody says I talk too loud. So my question to you is, I read the blogs on the LJ World, and I follow some of it on the Facebook. One of the questions posed to you was your voting record. And so I'd like kind of an explanation as kind of a volunteer who works the polls, how you would also decide that it's not important to vote in an election because you didn't feel like the candidates spoke to you.
Well,
I think that's the words I read.
Yeah, no, and I understand that. One of the, just background information for everyone, one of the frequent posters on the LJ World website, I guess at one point in time, only 3 candidates among the 14 of us that originally applied had voted in every single city commission election for the past 3 times, I think it was. And I responded because I felt I had to, in part because I have been, and particularly in the past, I've always been kind of a Southeast City guy. I wanted to hear someone who was running for city commission speak to me about the Southeast side. I wanted to try to see if any city commissioner was going for my vote as a late 20-somethings person of Lawrence. Frankly, I didn't see it. I think if you're going to vote, someone should earn your vote. And I did not feel that any commissioner candidate in a couple of cycles earned my vote, frankly. It's a lot of work. And I want to make sure that I reach out to as many people as I can. So I hope that answers your question there.
I have a question. This is for Doug Robinson. You began, you said one issue that hadn't been dealt with was cynicism, and raised some questions about the problem of cynicism among the people of Lawrence. Yet you began your remarks basically insinuating that this group had been a rubber stamp for developers and business owners in terms of who this election was. How do you plan on dealing with cynicism when your own cynicism came out?
It's not. There's two ways of looking at this. One is you say, okay, this person is projecting their own views on other people, and we call it psychological projection. A doctor can come up, however, and say, a veterinarian, a medical doctor could say, okay, this dog has rabies, and therefore this dog will bite people. That doesn't mean that the veterinarian has rabies and is projecting that on the dog. He's just making analysis, a professional analysis of what's wrong with the dog and the dangers posed by the dog. So we have to be careful that we draw lines between cynicism and criticism. And they're not the same thing. Critical thinking is not the same thing as cynicism. And we need more critical thinking, we need less cynicism. And from where I sit, the people I listen to and the things I observe, I think there's a lot to be critical about. And I think that unless those issues are dealt with, like the rabid dog has to be objectively dealt with, the cynicism will pile on and continue. But I don't see it as my own cynicism. I see myself as a critic, but I don't, and if I'm hypocritical in that, maybe I am. I mean, we can't be objective totally about ourselves. But still, the issues need to be addressed.
Another question? My question is for Dr. Reardon. There were people who, after the election, said you and the other incumbent who didn't win might have been hung with some of the things on the commission that might not have fallen directly on your shoulders. And you kind of defended some of the unpopular issues that you might have gotten called out on. Do you think there was anything that you either got blamed for that you didn't have a hand on, or there was an issue from your previous tenure that you think the commission got wrong that we should know about?
I'm not sure what you mean by we should know about.
If there's anything that, I mean, you got kind of hit on Rock Chalk Park and
okay.
The other thing I can't find in our notes. So is there anything that you disagree with that you think we should put into our evaluation?
Well, I think many times when you're up here and you're trying to decide things and decisions are made, it's easy for the public sometimes not to understand. It was easy. When I talked to people, they didn't understand. Most of them didn't understand. I wasn't on the commission when any of that was done. I tried during the election, but as you can see tonight, I'm not a great public speaker. I'm much better one-on-one, looking you in the eye and talking to you. And when I did that with citizens, I was very effective getting them to understand what was going on in the city and why, and they felt much better after I talked to them. I think Lawrence many times is a national leader in many things that we do. And one of the things that we did this last election was what's going on you see in the national election right now. And that is who's leading, not politicians. You know, Ben Carson is not a politician. I don't agree with a lot of what he says, even though we're both physicians, but he does critically analyze. So I think there are many things that as a city commissioner you get lambasted for where you had nothing, where you really weren't responsible for that. And I guess the only thing that I say is that's part of the job. You try to get the information out, you make good decisions, and then you just let it lie. Like I said, I could have come back and voted against Rock Chalk Park, and that would have been smart politically to do. That would have been great because then it would have still passed. We'd still have it. And then people could say, well, he voted, you know, against it. Well, my thought was it was a good project. I didn't like the way it was done. I disagreed with the ways. I sat and talked to my wife and said, I'm glad I'm not on the city commission because I wouldn't want this to be done this way. And I would be difficult on the city commission during that time. But I wasn't. But the city has a hard time understanding that, and there's a lot of misinformation, and it just comes down to, boy, you get hung with things that you really didn't do, and people forget the things that you did, but that didn't stop me. That didn't change. And I do the same thing again. So I guess if I get information out, I might be better off if I could talk to 93,000 people in Lawrence. I'd be okay.
Thank you.
Next question.
Dennis?
I have a question. I'm not entirely sure who I want to ask. I guess I'll ask Dr. Reardon because he was more directly involved in this. We were talking about the East 9th Street project and how several people said that they thought it would enhance the property values of the people in the community, and that would be a good thing. But how would you deal with the fact that if you enhance those property values for the existing owners, and yet their only way to realize that increased value is to sell their home and move, and their property tax goes up and they can't afford to pay it, how would you suggest we address that problem?
Called gentrification. It's a national term that you look at, and that you're going to have difficulty with that because of the fact you want to create that corridor where you take the Arts District and the downtown and connect them and create a vibrant new area and a complete street. At the same time, you're going to improve that area. And then the values are going to go up and the taxes are going to go up. So what you try to do is not create a situation where that gets out of hand. You try to do zoning. You know, we did about 19 historic structures in that part of the city. And what happens when you do that on a local basis? It's no longer true on the state basis, but on the local basis. What you do is within 250 feet of that, you have to be able to go before a board and get that okayed. You don't just have carte blanche. So you can create zoning areas where it would make it difficult to make that so you all of a sudden have lots of restaurants and lots of things that bring too many people into that area. I think you can do that. And then the historic designations also help you do that. So I think we have some tools in our toolbox that we can help people. But once again, I think the best statement was we lost their trust. And we tried, but we didn't do very well. So we came back and said, okay, let's try again. And we did better the second time, but we're not perfect yet. But I think those are the type of situations where you keep working with the people and you keep saying, what are we doing wrong? How can we get it right? How can we minimize this? Because you can't make it not happen. You can't improve and then not have increased property values. And part of that's good, part of it's bad. And then you look at it, what does it do for the rest of the city? Is the goal of this to help the city? And if you help the city the most and you meet your goals, even though you might not be able to help everybody in East Lawrence, you still should consider doing it. But you can protect people with using historic preservation, you can use it with zoning, and you can take into account, but mainly you have to talk with them and say, we're listening. We want to not do this and create a negative situation, but we want to create a situation where you trust again.
Well, I think we ran out over here. Yeah.
I have a question for Dr. Reardon. Sorry. While you were on the commission, there was a company here in town that had asked for a guarantee on a loan in order to support some fiber optic options.
Yes.
My question to that is, that probably went before the commission, probably 3 or 4 times before he finally pulled the request. How could we have avoided looking at that over and over and over again when really it wasn't a viable company that deserved that guarantee and could have moved us ahead in the fiber optic world?
Well, I think we didn't handle that very well because as we went further and further along, and I learned more and more about the people who did that company, there was no way that I was ever going to put city money in their hands. And and we had a situation where we wanted to get a better idea of how to develop it. And so we had to go back to square A because we weren't doing the square A right. We didn't know how to develop that, how to use the fiber, how to set up the criteria. We had the cart before the horse. So we had to go back. But I really think as a city commission, we should have said, and we never answered, and that was never brought before us, so we couldn't say it. Somebody should have said, we're not going to work with you. This is not going to happen. This is not in the best interest of the city. Let's go in a different direction. Let's agree to go in a different direction. You do your job, we'll do ours, but no city money will ever come your way.
Thank you.
Do I have time for any more questions?
There is time for one more.
Okay. All right. I have a question for Scott Morgan. Police facility. Basically, you said that the needs are real, that the city needs convincing. My question to you is, have you toured the facilities?
How do you tour?
Have you
I
toured the
I have
facilities?
not toured all of them. I have toured a couple of them when they had open houses. Most of what I did was, I read their materials, and frankly, I think that's, in a way, what I'm trying to get across to the supporters who get frustrated that we don't already have it, is that I went to a forum a week before the election so that I could hear the presentation and get the information beyond what I was reading. And I was a little frustrated with some of the adequacies of the answers. One of the questions I think somebody threw up really as a softball question was, what are the dollar amounts and the efficiencies that you will have by having these combined spaces? And the answer was, we haven't put pen to paper on that. We know that there will be some. And I thought, you can't do that. You can't say we haven't put pen to paper a week before the election on how much this is going to save you because your staff isn't driving across town. I've done enough bond issues. I've done enough things with how you do that. You got to have answers to those kind of questions. So that was my frustration. And I think those are answerable questions. Those are solvable problems. But you're going to have to work on that.
Thank you. We've reached the end of the time for questions. One of the standards that any candidate for the city council has to meet is the ability to stay in this room for hours upon hours and still continue to be lucid. I think you've all done a fine job of that. Thank you very much for your efforts this evening. We'll take a 15-minute break while we restructure for our meeting. Thank you. Is an opportunity for each member of the committee to identify 2 or 3 candidates that you think are well qualified and you'd like to speak about. Last week we did that, and we started on the right side of the table. So this time we'll start on the left. Dennis, that puts you on the hot seat. Are you ready?
Not quite, if you don't mind.
All right, we can skip over you and come back.
I'm going to speak to my first choice, but I'm ready to give my agree yet.
You're not ready?
No, I've got to.
Well, then let's
Thank you.
let's stop the clock again for another minute or two.
Thank you.
Give everybody a chance. Get ready.
We're only doing 3?
2 or 3.
2 or 3?
You're voting for 6.
Oh, okay. So we're just going
You
to
give them an opportunity to kind of
talk about it.
Yeah.
Oh,
So we
okay.
pick our top 2 or 3.
Thank you.
Up to 6.
Just to remind you, we do have a ballot that will pass around. It has 6 slots for your votes. In a few minutes, we take the vote and tally them the way we did last time.
Thanks.
Most people prefer multiple choice questions. This seems to be a difficult one.
Fill in the blank is always, it's always tough. Even essays, you can kind of construct maybe an argument, right? Fill in the blank.
I think they've made their own. Is everyone ready? Not trying to rush you. It's an important decision. I'd like to remind you one more time that you will have a chance to change your mind after everyone has spoken. We'll pass out a ballot, and you can make your final decision at that time.
Would you like to call this top 2 best?
You call them whatever you want them.
Best in show.
Best in show. This made it more difficult, not easier. Right?
There you go.
This made it a lot more difficult.
Okay, Dennis, are you ready to go?
Probably as good as I'll ever be.
Okay.
Of course, we've been through this process to get to where we are now. And it's initial rankings, of course, were done, selections done on all the written materials, the essay style questions and that sort of thing. And I was thinking about this before the evening started and trying to think about of the various criteria that we were given to look at least the general criteria, what I thought seemed to make the most relevance to me. I think really involvement in the community was a big factor in thinking that went on both in screening the written materials and in listening tonight. Not only how you're involved in the community, but how much you're involved. There's an indication there, I think, in terms of people's dedication to service, to how much they're willing to go an extra mile to serve the community, and a lot of people who volunteer in addition to their job as opposed to a job that exposes them a lot to the community. I think everyone demonstrated a desire. That's why they're up here. By choosing to vie for this seat. I think understanding the city, both in terms of the way the dynamics works in terms of neighborhoods, understanding of the importance of land use planning and how it drives so many things, and those were some of the higher priority things that I was thinking of. What I did is we went through this evening, I made notes, mostly to fix it in my head more than to actually go back and reread them. And then at the end of each question session, I kind of just did a quick review of who I thought gave the best answers. There was not necessarily a winner or loser. Sometimes there were 3 people in a group of questions and I sort of did a rough matrix on there, and I was looking for, was there something in there that would give me reason to modify the overall perspective I had on this group of candidates. And I should say that I think everybody who's vying for this could do the job well. I tried to listen tonight for substance of answer. How a person conducts themselves is important to this job in terms of their presence and their ability to communicate and dialogue, okay? And that's a factor, but I tried to listen more for substance. And having done all of that, at this point, I think my top 2 contenders, and I think that's what we're trying to identify right now, would be Jeff Southard and David Crawford. And a big part of that is the fact that there is either a very long and extensive history or a very intense history of volunteerism to work for the community. There's a lot of experience involved with the community, understanding how it works. I think both of them bring a very important neighborhood perspective to the table, and I think there was a very good knowledge demonstrated of how the fact that the land use decisions that we make are important to what happens. I believe at least one of the candidates mentioned at some point in the process, you have to live with the land use decisions for a long time. And I think it was important that that understanding was demonstrated. And I think the two of them did the best of that. There were a number of people who had good answers, but that would be the two names that I would put forward for this nomination.
Okay, thank you. Shirley?
Oh, that was eloquent.
I don't know if I'd call it eloquent or not.
Oh, wow.
It was lengthy anyway.
I'd like to have to follow you. Okay. I think this was a big challenge tonight. It's one thing to read about candidates and their interests and so forth, and then frankly, I put that aside and I thought, okay, just listen to the questions, the answers, and clearly, I don't think my rankings did not change much, so I was surprised. But I was interested in the answers on why they wanted to run. Much different, or a little differently delivered than in writing. So I can see the enthusiasm and sincerity of why they wanted to run, and I appreciated that. I appreciated some things that were said, like a top priority, I'll give you an example, for Scott Morgan was teamwork. And I couldn't agree more. This will be so critical for the City Commission that they bring a member to the commission who really wants to work as a team. So I'll just tell you that Scott's still my number one candidate. Because I have seen him do teamwork. We've all seen him do teamwork. We've all seen him work with all kinds of individuals on all kinds of issues. He felt like hiring the city manager was the most important task they would have at hand. So I agreed with that, of course, as you all know. I feel that's very important. His experience, his ability to continually reinforce his willingness to study and listen and not come to the table with with decisions, but he looked over at the other candidates and like he would sit down and work with you, and I think that's very important. And so Scott's on my list, and then Joe O'Brien's on my list. I appreciated getting to know Joe by listening to him, and much different than what I saw on paper. Well, not a lot different, but a little different. What I saw on paper. I liked what he thought we should be looking for in a city manager. He described it very well. I liked his comments about why he was running, his appreciation of public service. And so those are some of the reasons why I picked those two as my top.
Good. Thank you. Yeah, please use that.
Well, I still believe what I said last week, that I think we could throw their names in a hat and probably draw out one of them, and they would work fine with the commissioners that we have now. But that wasn't our task, so I guess we shouldn't probably do that. And I do hope that the candidates that aren't selected will continue to be involved in our community, because it's obvious tonight that we are who we are because of people like them who are willing to stand up and maybe speak this something that's not necessarily it's in the best interest of the city, but it's not popular, and they're willing to continue to do that. And I think that's what makes us stronger and makes us the community that all of us want to live in. So being a former science teacher, I tried to do this empirically, which you can't take something that's not empirical and do it empirically, but I assign pluses and minuses and zeros to most of the responses on a basis of a bad science project where I created the variables, which were like common sense, drive, passion, believability, trustworthiness, ability to lead, passion, and I judged those on whose ideas I believed in most, and maybe to a certain extent of who I agreed with most. And maybe that seems a little egotistical, but I believe that Mike selected me to serve on this because of who I am and what I believe. And I used that judgment as I tried to rank and rate the candidates. With all that being said, it came down to who did I feel was most approachable? Who could I go to and have a conversation with and feel good about having that conversation and know that person listened to me? Or who could my neighbors go to and have a conversation and actually felt like they were being heard? And given those things, the two people, and not necessarily any order, that came to the forefront were Lisa and Scott.
Okay, good, thank you. Brenda?
Yeah, I'm not going to make a big speech like everyone else has. I'm just going to try to get to the point.
Game's over.
Yeah. These are not really in the number that I raised them in, but I have Ken Easthouse, and I picked him because he's young and he's willing to get out there and do the work, and he wants to work with partnership between the city, the county, the planning commission. That was the main reason, and he's also for our neighborhoods and everything, and that's one reason why I picked him, and we do need some youth on the commission. And then I picked Jeff Southers because he wants to bring back all the old things that helped our neighborhoods, bring back the programs and everything, and he wants to use the tax abatements the right way that they should be used, and that's the reason I chose those two.
Okay, good.
Well, I thought tonight was going to make things easier, but it's been just the opposite. My rankings have changed quite a bit for the top 4 or 5. I think that's probably because they were so close to start with. Again, I think experience is a real critical issue here, and like I said before, for me, land use and attitudes toward land use is a very big deciding factor too, because it's 50% of what the city commission does. So for my top 2 picks at this point would be David Schauner. I worked with David for 4 years on the city commission. We didn't agree on everything, and we were kind of at odds with each other on a number of issues, but he's a man with great integrity, very talented lawyer, understands land use, and I think his experience, he was involved in the last city manager search, and I really appreciated his involvement in that. I think he would bring a lot to the city commission at this critical time. Lisa Larson really impressed me tonight with her demeanor, her calmness, her reasonableness. I think her really big breadth of experience, both public and private. I think she would bring some diversity to the city commission, which we sadly lack. And again, there are several other great candidates that were also in my top 4 or 5 last time. I do say that I hope Caleb Stevens makes the cut, because even though I'm not sure he's quite ready for the position right now, I think the city commissioners ought to have the chance to have his perspective in the choices that they make.
Thank you.
Ready? Okay, I'm like Brenda. I'm going right to the core. I was looking for expertise that could be helpful to our city right away, or someone who has experience that would allow them to bring an immediate impact on the commission. And I felt that was really important. It was good to hear all of the candidates tonight because it's a lot different than just reading about them. But my 6 stayed primarily the same. And the 2 names that I want to mention are Gary Watson and I still continue to be excited about him. I think he brings a lot of land use expertise, and he's also worked for a Fortune 500 company, which gives him, I think, the kind of budgetary experience we'd like to see. He gave a good response tonight on economic development and bringing jobs to our community that pay well, and I think this is really important. He mentioned a convention center, and that kind of rung my bell. And I have him, and then I had a problem with the second one because I kind of came in with the opinion that if someone had run and lost, that maybe citizens had spoken and we should leave that alone. But the more I listened to Terry Reardon, I'm going to include him on my list. And I thought that he gave good answers on the importance of transportation in our community, on hiring the city manager, and on affordable housing. So those are my two.
I agree that this didn't make things any easier. And my fear tonight was kind of in processes like this, when we evaluate people on paper first, we kind of get attracted to the shiniest resumes and the best letters of recommendation. And I was kind of afraid that that would be my approach, right? To go with the people who I already thought on paper were the 6 or the 12 in the order that we came up with that were qualified. And kind of my litmus test and what I tell my students who I coach for debate is, walk in and impress me. And I don't necessarily have a top 2 yet, but that's kind of my litmus test for this list. The 2 people who kind of stuck out and weren't necessarily in the highest of my rankings last week when we looked at the resumes and stuff. And the first person who kind of stuck out to me from the first group was Mike Anderson. I thought he had a really, really good kind of sense of the community and was able to kind of show excitement from connecting with citizens, from kind of referencing the walking of the path and the door knocking from his last campaign. And what stuck out to me, for the same reason that Mr. Watson stuck out for you, was talking about the potential use of a convention center or the hotel tax to kind of build. And I think comparing the city to other communities of like size, I think that's a good kind of idea that we didn't hear fleshed out from very many other people. And the other person who kind of stuck out to me was Ken Easthouse. And part of it was a little bit of what I talked about last week. I do kind of agree with what both Mike and Ken said about the need of increasing the role of youth in government, and maybe not to the extent that, everybody with gray hair is old and outdated. Because I know, yeah.
I have a few silvers.
I know my 2 parents would give me the whooping of a lifetime if I said that. I like that, vintage. But I do kind of really feel that if a goal is to connect with the college portion of the population and including younger people, or getting younger people to stick around, or getting younger people involved in government, there does need to be some kind of that like me phenomenon that maybe they connect with or feel like it's, somebody they could have a voice to, share a beer with, things that are kind of an everyman-ish quality. And I appreciated that about the both of them.
Thanks. My rankings changed considerably based on everyone's comments today compared to last week, because my goal is to make sure that when I'm still living here 50 years from now, I don't regret what I do tonight. So that's my 50-year plan is kind of how I'm thinking about this. So I was so 2 people that based on last week's discussion, were towards the bottom and came straight to the top to me tonight were Joe O'Brien for his discussion on how wages and housing costs and how that's affecting everyone in our community right now. I know that at the end of the year when I sit down with my husband to write that check for our property taxes, it's a big, big deal. And I really appreciated how he talked about how a city manager needs to be able to say no, because as we elect our or appoint city commissioners on a rotating basis, they have the opportunities to start a lot of programs, change things as we go along, try new ideas. I want to see people try new ideas, but the city manager does have the responsibility to come back and say, we can't do this right now with the framework that we have, and I really appreciated that. The other person that meant a lot to me with his comments was David Schauner. When he spoke about how the retail base isn't going to cut it, I think he starting to understand then, again, wages, jobs, how that affects families, how people are suffering in town. And people that aren't suffering here in town, who wants to live with a bunch of other people that are hungry and suffering in their life? I mean, nobody wants that for their neighbors. I know that I'm, at my age, we rarely buy anything at big stores. I mean, we buy online. That's how young people shop. And so to continually look at retail as if it's going to solve our problems here in Lawrence, it would be dangerous. And so I really appreciated David's comments on both our economic situation here in Lawrence and also land use and his experience in that.
I think for me, some of the crucial factors that I was looking at is not just particular issues, because those issues will come and go. I was looking at people who had an approach where they had a good system and a process for governance and had the right questions in mind and a way of approaching any problem with a process where they asked good questions and they understood the role of a governmental entity. And so at the top of my list, I had Scott Morgan and Terry Reardon. I mean, both individuals who have been involved deeply within the community, have been involved in government in different levels, different organizations, and spoke to the current issues, I thought, with clarity and with sort of a good plan in mind, but also had processes in place. I appreciated Scott saying, on certain issues that he really didn't know that much, but here's the parameters, dealing with the technology. That he didn't feel the need to fill the air with a lot of stuff. He just said, I don't really know, but here's my criteria. This is what I would apply. And then for Terry to talk about, there were some mistakes, and in hindsight and learning from some of the things that did happen in the past, and I still believe that he had some things that were attached to him that I don't know that were necessarily should have been attached to him, but I thought he brought some clarity. And I'll throw in a third, and that was somebody that I had fairly low on my list before, but I thought spoke very eloquently to crucial issues, and that was David Schauner. I think his presentation tonight won me over.
Well, as everyone else has said, this didn't make it any easier, but certainly I appreciate everybody's efforts tonight to come out and speak and to make themselves clear about what they feel. There was a lot of true feelings, I think, expressed here this evening, and I really appreciate everyone listening to what they said they heard from the community. The two people that rose to the top for me were Lisa Larson, and one of the things that she said was her top priority that I heard was with regard to the city manager and having trust and transparency, and not only would Lisa bring herself as diversity, but serving diversity by looking at possibly going to a different way of voting here in our community by using a precinct system perhaps, and being able to say that and bring that out to serve the underserved perhaps, and looking at this whole process in terms of social justice. So I look for some other things in that conversation. The other person that I'd like to push forward so that the City Commission would also have a chance to hear would be Caleb Stevens as well, who talked also about social justice, access to mental health, and the kinds of things that I think, some issues and some voices that have not been heard.
All right. I had the same kind of impression everybody else did. You know, my list changed quite a bit tonight. It was really good to meet a few of the candidates and kind of get to know their personalities a little. And I think that kind of changed my list, at least the order of the list. I think we've got Mike Amyx on the commission, who's very experienced, and then we have 3 very young, as far as experience, commissioners. And I think the key is knowing how to work well with others, being a team player, not necessarily having the city commission experience as much as maybe having that budgetary and willing to listen experience. And so what I picked up just from listening was, and if I have to pick my top 2, I'm going to put Lisa Larson. I was very impressed with her. I think I said it last week. I've never met her before. I've heard of her company just through my job, and it's always been a very highly respected company. I have to be honest, I never knew it was a woman-owned company, so the fact that she ran that company for 22 years, and she talked today about how important it was to make those paychecks at the end of every week or whenever she did that, and making sure that she built a viable company. I think just that business knowledge is very important to a commissioner. That's always been kind of one of my angst. Being in the banker field, I've kind of always been a little concerned with some of the candidates in the past, and if you can't handle your personal life in a business manner, how can you handle the city's financials in a satisfactory manner? And we've kind of unfortunately kind of seen that to what we're going through. And so the other one that I just think that his, even though he may not be the youth, I think he talked about his gray hair a little bit. I felt he was very personable. I felt like maybe his connection with the students up at KU may bring that youth connection to the commission, is Joe O'Brien. Very impressed with his personality. He seemed like he would be very easy to talk to, whether I came up to him on the street or whether I was sitting and talking to him at a city commission meeting or a fellow commissioner. So those would be my top 2.
Well, the only thing that makes me uncomfortable tonight is how close we came a couple of times to talking about the problems with having someone too old. My first choice was last week and continues to be tonight, Scott Morgan. There are several reasons why I hold Scott in high esteem. One of which is his just innate competence and demonstrated capabilities in business and government over quite a few, many years. But I also sense a sense of toughness. And if we were lacking on one characteristic in the council in the last few years. I think it was toughness. When it came down to really having to make a tough, correct decision, I didn't see the resolve that I would like to have seen there. I would hope that Scott would bring that type of resolve to this environment. I know he has worked in political environments in the past that were confronted with those tough decisions, and he worked for and supported a boss that had the courage to make the right decision even though it cost him his job. And that's the way I think top public leaders should operate. So I'm supporting Scott. My number 2 candidate is Carl Watson, and I have to reveal a little bit of a bias here. I like Carl's financial background. I think that can only help in the city council, especially with the amount of money that we're borrowing these days. I think someone who really understands the long-term significance of borrowed money, not the short-term. Not, okay, this year we can make our payments, but what are we going to be doing 25 years from now when we're gone? And who's going to do what with what they're left with? I like that. But I also like the fact that he's a professional engineer. And this is my bias. I have had great concern about financial incentives to builders of apartment buildings by the city that did not take advantage of the opportunity to build energy efficient buildings. And if any town in this state should be building energy efficient rental properties, it's this one. The owners don't have an incentive to do that because the renters are paying the utility bills. So I'm hoping that he gets it. At least we'd have somebody on the council that would understand that principle and maybe become a supporter of energy efficiency going forward in the future. I know that's a criterion that's a little bit separate from everything we've talked about, but I'm revealing that bias. But I really think that the city has missed the boat over the last 25 years, and this might be an opportunity to help get that direction changed. A couple of others, how do you leave them off? I mean, Lisa Larson, I don't want to leave her off the list, but I'm going to stick with the idea of the top 2 and stay with that. Okay, any more comments about the candidates before we vote? If not, Joanne has ballots she's going to pass around. And while she's doing that, just to remind you now, the process will be to complete your ballot, give it to Toni. Toni and her associate will tally. Yes.
Can I say one more thing? I think it would be ideal if we could somehow create a chimera out of all the qualities that we've heard expressed in this room tonight. And I, as well as anybody, expect the value of budgeting in business sense, because the city has to be able to address those issues. But I think it's real important here. I mean, ultimately a budget is mathematics. What you want to know is what values do you plug into those numbers? What do they represent? So a budget is a priority tool for what's important to the community. And I just hope that we don't get lost in the idea that the numbers are the only piece of that.
Well, I know you're not opening up a debate, but my point is that there's budgeting is a function, a management function. I totally agree. Finance is another issue. That is a specialty that requires a great talent and skill. That goes, in my opinion, is quite a bit different than plugging numbers in a budget. And it's that ability to do long-term financial planning that he did for a corporation.
Well, I wasn't trying to debate any of your particular choices.
Oh, okay.
I was just trying to say that
I got you.
I think it's, a lot of people have referred to the business and the budgeting thing. So I'm not attacking anybody's choice here. I'm just making one last thing about what I think is an important
Fair enough.
consideration for the final voting.
Great, great.
I illegibly printed my name below my signature.
So Dustin, you're not the type of teacher that has to write on the board, right?
Oh.
So when I teach chemistry, right, you really have to make a difference. C little o, C big O, this one's cobalt, one's carbon oxygen, right? And then all the numbers, all the math.
No, I just.
You know what I realized? When kids don't learn cursive, I cannot print on a board for 40 hours. It just, I can't do it.
I don't have a certain word in my name anymore, so I have like a whiteboard that's about this big.
Well, the girls won.
Yay.
10 to 4.
10 to 4.
The twins lost.
Yeah, clinching.
Yep. Wait. Yeah. Yeah. It's the three. Now it's even Johnny tonight.
Here's the deal. When I write, I mean, I'm all qualifies. So, I mean, they're capital letters. And kids learn.
Well, that's really floored me. I wasn't expecting that.
No, I bet they took that page. It's a celebration.
I guess I announce and then you sign or what?
I'll sign it. Right. Can I have your attention, please? We have the results of the voting. We did. Must be a last-minute change.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the 6 finalists are Scott Morgan, 80 votes, Lisa Larson, 75 votes, David Schauner, 50 votes, Jill O'Brien, 46 votes, Dr. Terry Reardon, 42 votes, Carl Watson, 30 votes.
Thank you. Unless there are questions about the voting, I will sign the sheet with your permission. And this will now be given to the City Council at their weekly meeting next Tuesday evening. This is scheduled to be with a couple of procedural issues first, but this will be one of the first items on their agenda Tuesday night. The mayor has invited the advisory committee to come to the meeting and expressed a strong interest that you all could come. Yes.
I have to teach that night.
Okay. Well, it may be a conflict for a few other people. He'll understand that, but would hope that as many of you that can would come and be introduced to the full council at that meeting when this is presented. I believe that concludes our official business. Yes. Sir.
Several comments.
You bet.
First of all, I want to thank you for your leadership. You've done an awesome job of keeping us focused, and second of all, I'd like to acknowledge my newfound friends on this committee. It's been truly enjoyable, very respectful, and that's what I like about Lawrence, of course. And finally, as I was reading the candidate profiles and information, I thought to myself, we actually are reading about the future leadership of this community, and I really, really appreciate people who put their names and faces out there. And it's not easy, but you're to be congratulated for it and encouraged to continue to do it and be involved in any way you can to make a difference for our community, because I've been here now since the 70s, so some of you weren't born. But I can tell you that when I got here, it was just as awesome. And we have a legacy and a culture of caring about this community that really is very special in the state of Kansas, if not the country. And so thank you so much for participating and for letting us be a part of this night, which was a good practice for the future. Right?
Yes. Sure.
Mr. Commissioner.
That was well said. Would you be willing to accept one additional responsibility before you're dismissed from the committee membership? Which would be to collaborate with Toni the next day or two on a letter that would be on behalf of the entire committee.
Oh, okay.
To express those feelings.
All right.
And unless there is an objection. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Great. I think that's very appropriate. Is there any other business that needs to come before the committee? Remind you that we are extinguished as soon as we...
Well, we're all gray and old.
For you younger members, that's no big deal. Okay.
You want me to take that? You're going to take that to Toni?